The December 21st, 2020 council meeting will now come to order. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Azzeltine,
Here.
Mrs. Kane,
Here.
Mr. Osmond,
Here.
Mr. Rawlings. Mrs. Larson,
Here.
Mrs. Harrison,
Here.
Mrs. Philla, Mr. Sipple,
Here.
Mr. Rawlings.
He was on earlier. He must have gotten disconnected or something.
Yeah,
His name's still
it
up.
looks like his video is off.
He was on, I did see him,
His name was on there.
so maybe he's having a little technical issue at the moment. All right, thank you. The next item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, and so as you're able, please stand and we'll face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the
Republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you very much. The next item is the approval of the agenda, and we have a salmon-colored paper in front of you. And as I have been shared from our city clerk as well as the rest of you, the only changes under item 13 from the Planning Commission, and rather than a resolution, this is actually an ordinance. So that one word change, if you will, is the only modification. And with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda, please.
Move to approve the amended agenda.
Motion from Mr. Sipple and a second from Ms. Kane. Is there any discussion?
Could I just ask for a clarification on the meaning of the two words, resolution versus ordinance?
I believe
The change on the agenda.
Certain planning things are discussed in the Kansas statute and some have to be done by resolution and some by ordinance. In this case, it would be an ordinance, and when it has to do with rezoning and preliminary plans.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other discussion, roll call, please.
Mr. Sipple,
Aye.
Mrs. Philla,
Aye.
Mrs. Larson,
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison,
Aye.
Mr. Rawlings, Mr. Azzeltine,
Aye.
Mr. Osmond,
Aye.
Mrs. Kane.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's approved unanimously. Now we'll have a statement from our city clerk, please.
Mayor and Council, to reduce the likelihood of the spread of COVID-19 and to comply with social distancing recommendations, this meeting of the Leawood governing body is being conducted remotely using a Zoom media format, and some of the members of the governing body are appearing remotely. The meeting is being live streamed on YouTube, and the public can access live stream by going to www.leawood.org. Public comments on non-agenda items will not be accepted during this meeting. Public comment on agenda items not requiring a public hearing may not be accepted. As always, public comment on any agenda item can be submitted in advance. Written public comments received at least 24 hours prior to the meeting have been distributed to the members of the governing body prior to the meeting. Public comments should be directed to Leawood Public Comment GB@leawood.org. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We have no proclamations this evening, so we move now to presentations, recognitions, and it does appear that Mr. Rawlings has been able to join us again, so he's back.
That's correct. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, very good. All right, the first presentation that I have this evening is for Mr. Richard Coleman, Director of Community Development, who is going to be retiring after 12 years of service with the city. And Mr. Coleman, I would like to read a few things into the record about you, and I can see you on Zoom, and I don't know if you can see us or not. Are you able to?
I can, yes.
You can, okay. And then when I'm finished, I'll certainly give you the opportunity to make some remarks. But this is rather sad for me because I do remember when you came to work for the city of Leawood. But you had a career, a long, distinguished career prior to that, where you were actually with the city of Overland Park for 5 years, and then 15 years with Kansas City's Parks Department, and then some work in the private sector before joining the city of Leawood on August 4th, 2008, when you became our community development director. And during the course of your 12 years, you have overseen historic growth within our community. Just to mention a few of the items that came about and were approved and have progressed and been very, very successful for the city. The 135th Street Community Plan, Park Place, Hallbrook, a number of items at Town Center Plaza, Town Center Crossing, Cornerstone, Mission Farms, Camelot Court, Ranch Mart, revitalization, the Leawood Justice Center, and the Johnson County wastewater expansion. So it has been such a pleasure to work with you. I do have something I'm going to show you that we're gifting you, but you will truly be missed, Mr. Coleman. I could email you at any time over the weekends, certainly during the week, but even on weekends, you would always respond almost immediately to my inquiries and concerns, etc. And you were always quick to find out an answer if you didn't know, but most of the time you knew the answer. So you will truly be missed. And we do have an outstanding service award, if you can see this. This is presented to Richard Coleman in recognition of dedicated service as Director of Community Development, August 4th, 2008 to December 21st, 2020, presented with grateful appreciation from the Leawood governing body. And we just really can't thank you enough and wish you the best on your continued journey, and would certainly love to open the floor to you for some comments. I do want to say special thanks for all of your involvement and hard work with the Leawood Planning Commission as well, because I know you were a great leader for them as well. So thank you. And now I'll turn the floor over.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor. I really appreciate your leadership and Scott's work, the city council, all the city council members, and it's a tough job. The planning commission, it's a lot of these jobs where you sit for 4 or 5 hours and they're not getting paid, they're volunteers. So really appreciate them. I had a great staff that made my job easier. When I first got here, we were just putting things together, and the Great Recession had just happened, and one of the first things was to get the skeleton of a building torn down and removed down at Cornerstone. And first I was trying to figure out how am I going to get somebody that's bankrupt to come in and actually remove the structure. But we got it done. I wanted also to thank the council members that were there at the time. I mean, James Azeltine, Julie Kane, Deborah Phila, Jim Rawlings were there, but also Mike Gill, Greg Pepis, Dr. Greg Pepis, Gary Bussing, who's both are on the Board of Zoning Appeals, so they haven't left the city. Dr. Steve Castor, who was here for a while, Carrie Rezak, and you can't forget Lou Rasmussen. So,
Don't wanna.
Lou was great. I really appreciated Lou. He had a memory like an elephant, and he would clue me into the history of the city, which I really appreciated. So you've got a couple other people coming up that are retiring that are a big loss to the city. Kathy Byard is great, and Julie Stacy, great. So they'll be very hard to replace. I appreciate everything that the city's done. I've really enjoyed working here.
Well, thank you for those comments, Mr. Coleman. We will really miss you, and we'll have to get this crystal to you since you're not here for us to present it physically. But you will certainly be missed, and we know that during this time of transition, you'll probably only be a phone call away, so we're counting on that.
Just give me a call. I'm here.
Very
I'm not going anywhere.
wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, and now we're going to talk about Kathy Byard, a senior budget manager, retiring after 17 years of service. And Kathy, I see you're on Zoom as well. So nobody came in tonight to City Hall. I would like to say a few things about you as well. And you started your career in finance in 1985 with the Unified Government of Kansas City, Kansas. Then you went to the private world for a while. And then on January 6, 2003, you finally began with the city of Leawood 17 years ago. And you came as a budget coordinator, later made budget manager, and then finally senior budget manager. You were also the Employee of the Year in 2004, and you have been very instrumental in preparing our city budgets every year, which I think we get awards for every year. You monitor all the expenditures and revenues. You make sure that all the department heads are complying with all the rules and regulations and have sound budgets, or they hear from you. And you make very valuable suggestions and adjustments when necessary. You also were just a stone's throw from my office, allowing me to pop in and say, what does this mean? And are you alarmed at this? And is this a good idea? And you were always there and wise counsel. And I know you worked with a great department as well. But Kathy, you leave huge shoes, and we will truly miss you. And we know you have plans as well. You want to have some more family time, and we respect that, but we're still going to miss you. And I do have a certificate of appreciation, which I'll just hold it up, and we will make sure you get it. It is congratulating you on 17 years of service to the city of Leawood and talking about the fact that we would not be the quality community without dedication of service from our employees. And so we thank you very, very much, and I would like to offer you the microphone as well.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and thanks to all the city council members and all the staff and department heads. And it's been quite an experience. I remember starting the first year, and we went like 5 nights of budget meeting workshops, and they were like 5 and 6 hours. So I think we've come a long way in that process to get it down to one night, which is great. And, that could not have happened without the cooperation of everybody. I mean, the mayor and the city council members and all the department heads and all the wonderful city staff that's, works there. So, it's a bittersweet thing, and it's time that I think I need to focus on some other opportunities, and not sure what those are for sure yet, but we'll figure them out. So, but anyway, I appreciate all the kind words and all the hard work from all of you. Means a lot to me.
Thank you. You're right, our budget did get better and better, it seemed. Shorter and shorter.
Yeah, shorter and shorter
Meeting
is good.
durations, yes. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
And our final individual to be recognized this evening is Julie Stacy with our Public Works Department. Is Julie on the Zoom as well? She is? Okay. I don't see her, but I'm going to go ahead and read some things about her as well.
Hello?
Julie, are you there?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you, I just can't see you. But-
Okay, I am here.
All right, very good. So, Julie, you began your work in Leawood in 1981 as an animal control officer, and you worked until 1985, and then took a little time off to have children and stay home with your children, and then returned to Leawood as a temporary employee in 1987, and you came to be the assistant to the Public Works Director. In all total, you've worked with 4 different Public Works Directors, and they all say great things about you, but so does the entire department. You mean a lot to all of them. You've seen tremendous growth over 30-plus years with the city. You created the Public Works Administration Division and the contract management for not only public works projects, but for our capital improvement projects for all the departments. You helped start the Public Works Committee, which a number of the people up here sit on, as well as the Stormwater Committee in the 1990s. And some examples that were shared with me of you going way above and beyond during extreme weather events that we've had. You and your staff have worked hundreds of hours to meet the FEMA requirements on documentation and reimbursement requests, which is greatly necessary and important and appreciated. And most recently, when we were closed for 2 months for COVID, you came to work the main switchboard due to your extensive knowledge with the city. So your knowledge and your energy and your terrific congenial attitude is going to be sorely missed, and we just thank you so much for what you've given to our city, you and your husband both, he was an employee as well. So we just really appreciate you. We will miss you. And again, we hope you're only a phone call away, because I'm sure we'll have some questions when you're gone. So thank you so much, Julie. And I do have a certificate for you as well, which we will get to you, a certificate of appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate everything Leawood has done for me. Again, I was 21 when I started. I think the first thing I did was pick up a dead squirrel on the street, and they were all shocked, and it was just something normal that we did when I worked at Overland Park. I used to tell my former department head and my department head now, Joe Johnson and Dave Lay, that on a bad day, I wish I could just go back to picking up little dead squirrels. You know, if you get any trouble, you just pick them up and you're done. But no, Leawood has been a solid thing for me in my life. I was recently married when I started. I had my children, my parents, I took care of them, and then my dad died right off the bat. Leawood was good to understand. I've had jury duty. I was gone for that. Leawood's always been a great employer for me. but people came and went out of my life, and then Leawood has always been there. And thank you, Judge Gurney. I ended up with a husband in the interim. And I don't know if that's kind of like a sentence, but I do appreciate it. And thank you for letting me stay here my career.
Well, thank you for your terrific dedication and commitment to our community. Julie, you've been great, and we really want you to pop in and say hello, and we are like family to you, and you are to us, so please don't be a stranger.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I just want to share one comment that David Lay made about the time you were on the switchboard because of your longevity, and he said it was like she knew everybody that called and everybody knew her. And I thought, what a wonderful tribute that you could pop back to a job like that, and you kind of represented to everyone the city of Leawood because of your duration and your wonderful way to get to know people. So thank you for that, being the face of Leawood.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being on
you.
the call. Did you have something for me to? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. That concludes our presentations this evening. Thank you, everybody, for being on the call and on Zoom. We go now to special business, item 7A, ordinance amending section 1-102 of the Code of the City of Leawood, Kansas 2000, entitled Definitions, and repealing existing section 1-102 and other sections in conflict herewith. Ms. Bennett, did you have any comments?
Just a little, Mayor. The legal department has a goal this year to do some cleanup on the city code, but this one couldn't wait in light of items B and C that are coming up after this. So we'd ask you to pass this one, allowing B and C to go forward, and this one will be published a week from tomorrow, which will be the 29th.
Move for approval?
Second?
That was a motion from Mr. Rawlings and second from Ms. Larson. Is there any other discussion on this? Okay, roll call, please.
Mrs. Kane? Mr. Osmond?
Aye.
Mr. Rawlings?
Aye.
Mr. Asseltine?
Aye.
Mr. Sipple?
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison?
Aye.
Mrs. Phila?
Aye.
Mrs. Larson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's approved unanimously. Seven B is approval of city administrator's recommendation of appointment of Mark Klein as the City of Leawood's Planning Director, effective December 29th, 2020. Mr. Lambers, would you like to make some comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor. It is always a pleasure and good for an organization to be able to move people up into the organization so as to keep the institutional knowledge in place. And in case you didn't count, with the 3 retirements, we lost 70 years worth of experience with the city of Leawood. And now I hope to continue to have longevity in the planning department with my recommendation of Mark Klein to be the planning director. And I hope that you would concur with my recommendation.
I think it's a very good choice, and I would certainly welcome a motion.
Move to approve?
Second?
Motion from, I think it was Ms. Phila, second from Mr. Sipple. I can tell you from my own experience that Mr. Klein is definitely up to this challenge and is, Mr. Coleman and I have often said he's sort of the walking encyclopedia for the planning department. So, Mr. Klein, I don't know if you're on this evening, but we'd like to say hello and,
He's here, he's coming in.
oh, he's coming in, he's here. You mean here?
He's working.
Hey, working from home is
Well, maybe
working
he
too.
better come and address us before we take a vote. Mr. Klein, welcome.
It's better be a good speech.
No, pressure's on. I just want to say thank you very much, the mayor and Scott and the city council for this opportunity. I'll definitely try my best to uphold the standards of Leawood and to continue on. We have a great staff, so again, I really, really appreciate it.
Well, and you have a great group of department heads behind you that are here to support you.
Oh, wow. Thanks. That's important. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now I would ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Mr. Asseltine?
Aye.
Mr. Osman?
Aye.
Mrs. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Rawlings?
Aye.
Mrs. Larson?
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison?
Aye.
Mrs. Phila?
Aye.
Mr. Sipple?
Definitely yes.
Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And congratulations, Mr. Klein. 7C is approval of city administrator's recommendation of appointment of Travis Torres as the City of Leawood's Building and Code Enforcement Director effective December 29th, 2020. Mr. Lambers.
Yes, as you notice from the title, code enforcement has been added to his title. We had the community development director position, which oversaw that along with planning. And so what I've done is given that responsibility to Travis. It's more in line with what he does and his staff does. I was going to say when Richard was hired, there was no one more grateful than me because we went through an extensive effort, hired a consultant, and for 3 years we went without a planning director. I acted as the planning director for 3 years, so that meant I had 5 meetings a month with BZA, Planning Commission, and Planning Commission at that time, before the recession, was going gangbusters. We met the second and fourth Tuesday every month because we couldn't keep up with it. And so again, I was very happy when he arrived on the scene. I'm very happy that we have Travis. He has been quite a find for us and handles a very difficult position that can be confrontational at times when you're dealing with the building community out there, as you've become aware recently. And I really think that he is well suited for this position, and I hope you'll accept my recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Lambers. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Motion from Ms. Phyllis, second from Ms. Larson. Mr. Torres, are you here this evening? Well, we have to give you the opportunity to speak before we vote. But we're delighted with the recommendation, and I know you're up to this task. So thank you, and now please, you may have the mic.
Well, I thank Scott for the recommendation, first of all, and then for all he does for the workers here at Leawood. And then look forward to serving as director if you thumbs up. We'll do the best we can to serve the citizens of this community going forward.
Very good. Well, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Torres from any of you? All right, then I guess we're ready for the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mrs. Harrison?
Aye.
Mrs. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Sipple?
Aye.
Mrs. Phila?
Aye.
Mr. Rawlings?
Aye.
Mr. Osmond,
Aye.
Mr. Eseltine,
Aye.
Mrs. Kane.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, very good, thank you, congratulations. Very nice, lots of changes this evening. All right, 7D is a resolution approving an amended policy for considering and issuing industrial revenue bonds and repealing resolution number 598. Ms. Bennett, did you have any comments?
Thank you, Mayor. We are in the process of giving you a giant leap for mankind on this policy, but Scott, I think, wanted us to take this baby step since you all had had a number of work sessions on this particular policy, and the prohibition of abatement was something everybody agreed to. Taking out the prohibition on abatement part of this older policy, you should see in the next quarter or so a completely updated policy with a lot more bells and whistles, but this is a start.
Thank you for that. I would like to, and I did talk to Scott Lambers about this, but although I'm sure we will approve this evening, when you come forward with a new IRB policy, I'd like to ensure that there is language indicating the exceptional qualities needed for any project to be considered, similar to that used in other policies throughout Johnson County's municipalities. My biggest fear is that every project henceforth is going to feel they qualify, and we're going to have an argument with every single development proposal that's brought before us, and that really isn't, with our little bit of land left in Leawood, I don't believe we need to do that. So I would hope the policy will be such that, all right. Very good, thank you. I don't believe we have a motion yet.
Move to approve.
Second. Motion from Ms. Harrison, second from Ms. Larson. Any other discussion? Mr. Sipple.
Ms. Bennett, I recall from our discussions in our work sessions about various financing vehicles, we have not yet in the city of Leawood issued an IRB, is that correct?
We did back in the 80s, if I remember, we may have issued two.
And they were for, you recall?
Office buildings, if I remember, mainly for the sales tax exemption, if I remember correctly.
But this pertains mostly to manufacturing facilities, industrial type facilities.
It's virtually almost anything except for residential, the way, a single-family residential.
Well, then I support the mayor's comment about making it very finite and very specific in terms of the application, so, thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Sipple, Mr. Aseltine. Did you have a
Thank you, Mayor.
hand up? Okay.
I do have a comment. I agree with your sentiment. If this happens, it should be hard, but I'm not sure I agree with Chuck in terms of being too specific about the ordinance. I think that we just need to have it in our arsenal, and just in case that, that amazing project comes up that we absolutely want to do and can't do any other way. But I do agree, it's something we, we have limited land, like you said, and it's not something we should be anxious to do. But I do think it's very important to have it in our bailiwick. So with that, I would move to approve, Mayor.
We actually have a motion and a second.
Oh, we do have a motion, right?
Yes, Ms. Harrison made the motion, Ms. Larson made the second. So if there's no further discussion, roll call, please.
Mr. Eseltine,
Aye.
Mr. Osmond,
Aye.
Mrs. Kane,
Aye.
Mr. Rawlings,
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison,
Aye.
Mrs. Phila,
Aye.
Mrs. Larson,
Aye.
Mr. Sipple.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's approved unanimously. 7E is a resolution approving the Planning Commission's recommendation of denial of a final plan and final plat for Villa de Fontana located south of 135th Street and east of Rowe Avenue. And Ms. Bennett, I guess I'm going to address you first. I know there's been some recent communication, like as of maybe in the last hour and a half, regarding whether or not this is on the agenda or off the agenda. So would you like to speak to that, please?
Actually, in the last 5 minutes.
Oh, the last 5 minutes.
Mr. Peterson wrote and said if the development agreement is not going to be considered with changes, that he would withdraw or at least ask for a continuance. Since that time, Mr. Simpson has rung in with an all-caps email, but it sounds like he's on the line. So, but he indicated he will withdraw just before a vote because he wants to see how you will react to the adjacent neighbors venting their frustration. On, but that came in about 5 minutes ago. So I still don't know whether he's going to withdraw it or whether he wants a continuance, but I don't believe Mr. Peterson's on the line.
Okay, but we do have now Mr. Lambert's here as well, so I'll let you address us first if you have something. Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
Well, again, this is news to me. I guess I was going to say that we have spent a tremendous amount of time and effort in city staff, bond counsel, and on the other side, the applicant, with regards to this development agreement, and it has gone nowhere. I think that you all, basically made it clear where you stand, where you rejected the developer's proposal and the city's proposal. We do not have a plan yet that's been approved. And so it would be my request that if this does go further down the road, that you take action on the final plan first before any further work is authorized to proceed on the development agreement. And so that's all I wanted to say is that, you should have the plan done and then the development agreement. But with what's being proposed here, I don't know where we stand, so.
And that is our typical process,
Yes.
is to do the planning, preliminary and final, and then take up any incentive
As with
package.
most cities.
As with most cities, okay. Thank you. Mr. Sibyl, you have a question before Mr. Simpson?
Yes, I just wondered if the city attorney would share with us the support or problems with the neighbors on this. These are something new to me. I haven't seen anything in the last 24 hours.
There have been some emails that have come into council asking for the Fontana plan to be on the agenda. It is on the agenda, so the only thing I can imagine is that maybe they meant the development agreement, which you guys decided 2 weeks ago. They have just come in.
Okay.
Starting around 3 o'clock this afternoon, I started getting them.
There was probably 7, 8, maybe 9, saying they were in support of it.
Are they in support of or opposed to? In support of the Fontana development? Okay. Thank you very much.
They were wanting it heard. For some reason, I guess they thought the plan wasn't on the agenda, but it is on the agenda. But now maybe it's being withdrawn. Mr. Simpson, do you want to address us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mark Simpson, this is Fontana Land Company, 15145 Windsor Circle, Leawood, Kansas. I have been contacted the last few days by the neighbors that live 1 inch away from Fontana. They are very disappointed that they are going to be living next to a 4-story nursing home with an 80-car parking lot next to them rather than would be 4 or 5 villa homes, mostly with retirees, and a a pitch-a-putt golf course. I've told them this is out of our hands. It's in the hands of the governing body. And if they have some dissatisfaction with the outcome of this, that they need to address their concerns to the governing body. Several of those residents are on this Zoom call and would like to speak to the plan and like to speak to the fact that we made a major concession to the city by agreeing to fund $1.45 million 8 months early in the way of defeasing the bonds. The city manager, in his great wisdom, said, no, the city's tired of talking about this, and we're not going to put that plan up in front of the governing body because they've talked about it too much, and $1,450,000 being paid out of Commerce Trust 3 weeks after we formed the new special benefit district. Is not a significant enough change getting that $1.45 million 7 months early to bother the city council with that decision. And I am making that decision on their behalf that we're not going to take that matter up. I wrote a couple of councilmen and told them I thought this was something the elected officials ought to be deciding, and it should be put on the agenda. And evidently, that decision was not taken. The neighbors would like to comment on the plan. The plan is on the agenda. It's a public hearing. I believe the neighbors, as people who live immediately adjacent, there's 7 of them. I believe there's at least a majority of them on this Zoom call, and they have their own thoughts about the plan and about the $4 million the city of Leawood will at least be temporarily out. I believe they'll be forever out that money, but reasonable minds can differ on that. So I would ask that the mayor open this to public comment.
So, Mr. Simpson, to be clear, you are not asking for a continuance or withdrawal. You want your final plan heard tonight. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, I would like it heard, at least to hear public comment from these residents who have gone to a great deal of trouble, taken away from their family time, probably skipped their dinner, because it's very, very important to them. More important it is to anybody probably than me to know what's going to happen across the fence from their property that they've lived in, most of them for decades. And they're here on this Zoom call. They understand it is a public hearing and that they will be allowed to speak.
All right, well, I will call on the one individual that I have down. If there's more than that, I don't have that information. But I do have a Dolores Holthouse listed to speak on this item. And so if Ms. Holthouse is on the Zoom.
Lane Gangle is there also.
Well, and Lori, can you hear me? This is Dolores, Madam Mayor.
Oh, excuse me, one point of order. Mr. Lambert, you have a...
Well, yeah, normally if we're going to have a hearing on a final plan, we would have the staff make a presentation and the applicant also make a presentation and then open it to public comment. But you can certainly do this. But, I'm saying that right now, this is kind of...
Right. No, it's a citizen comment.
We allow citizen comments, but basically that's a standard procedure. But
right.
Again, it's fine to let the person speak.
Okay, Ms. Holthouse, we're ready to hear your comments, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, and if you could state your address for the record, please. All I have is an email address for you.
Okay, it's Lyle and Dolores Holthouse. Our address is 13701 Granada Road, Leawood. Our property backs up to the Villa Fontana proposal. And we've been here 27 years, so we've gone through a lot of things that were planned for that property. A lot of time spent at the courthouse listening to proposals. And we truly support this. It's the best thing that's come forward in 27 years that we would like to have in our backyard. This project, I know a few of the things that have happened on that property that us as a taxpayer have paid over the years. We've kept track of different things that's going on about it. So we would just like to voice our opinion that this is the best thing that we've seen in 27 years for our backyard. And thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Holthouse. And Mr. Simpson, you said Elaine Gangle is also on?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I don't have her down, but I'll recognize her.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, are you talking on Villa de Fontana or Cameron's Court, Ms. Gangle?
Villa de Fontana.
Okay, we had you listed under the wrong item, so I will make that modification. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My husband David and I live at 4644 West 137th Terrace, and our property directly abuts the Villa de Fontana proposed development. We've lived here for 20 plus years. And I understand there are differences regarding financing and zoning, and the differences likely run even deeper than that. But I'd like to speak to the logic of this development. And I hadn't actually intended to speak to Mr. Coleman's comments, but when he spoke about the challenge of dismantling the metal structure near 135th and Briar, which is very near where I live, I think that was important and relevant to this discussion because for those of us who live in this part of the community, we've seen so much development come and go. We've seen, there have been so many bankruptcies, and here we have what seems to me to be a viable proposal in Villa de Fontana. It does not follow zoning to a T, but I doubt that this developer will go bankrupt as others have. So, again, it's financially feasible and it's consistent with Leawood's socioeconomic profile, which I think has been an issue in the past. But, for those of us who, as Ms. Holthouse said, have lived here for decades, we have seen so many proposals. We have seen what we're currently seeing is, and I've mentioned this before to this body, a de facto dog park, a cycling training route, occasional overnight parking of semi-trailer trucks. And so I don't see the logic in that this particular development may not meet the city's expectations to a T, but for those of us who live in this part of the community, this is the best thing that we have seen, and frankly, that we have also contributed our personal resources toward in the way of lawsuits, or at least hiring attorneys in the past. So personally, I see this as either support for this particular development, or probably another 20 years of non-movement. And I'm really hopeful that the city will consider the feelings of the residents and the taxpayers on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gangle. And you perhaps said it, but I neglected to jot it down. Would you please state your address for the record?
Certainly. It's 4644 West 137th Terrace.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Simpson, would you like to ask for a continuance, or what is your?
There's another resident, Lori Groom, who's trying to log on. I think she's had a little bit of trouble on it, but she has been faulting Mrs. Holdhouse, saying this is a difficult technical process. Can you, I can't tell from here, is there a Lori Groom who also lives 1 inch away from your project or your Bellagio? Is there a Lori Groom on? Do you see her on waiting room?
Mr. Kurz, do you have a,
She's not in the waiting room. We have a Lori's iPhone, but it doesn't show like it's.
That's her.
It
That's her.
doesn't, it's not connected with a mic. She should probably, but now we got a camera, and connecting to audio. I think this is her. I think she's coming in.
Okay.
it's Lori?
She was calling on an iPhone, that's all I know. And she does live adjacent.
She was in, and maybe she has left to restart it, and we'll come back in just a minute.
I'm sorry, this is, for people who are not fluent in doing this often, like me, I had to have somebody come in and do this for me. I have to admit, I don't do this. This is John's job, and as you know, in the previous hearings, I've not been on any of them except for a brief little talk after the October 12th meeting. This is really up to Amy and John's office because neither John nor I are smart enough to even set this up. So I apologize for Lori having a little bit of a challenge, but she was very, very interested in speaking, and she does live 1 inch away, and I'm sure she'll be back on her iPhone in
I think she's coming in with another user. Her last name must be Groom, perhaps.
Yes, Lori Groom.
Groom.
Looks like she's joining.
Does she have to be let in? She's not being,
I let in one person named Groom, Wegroom, and
That's
also
her.
Lori's iPhone, but neither.
Maybe she can call us back when she figures out Zoom.
all right. Well, Mr. Simpson, assuming we don't get to hear Ms. Groom, what is your pleasure on this item? I know Mr. Peterson is
Well,
not.
I'd be happy to let Ms. Groom work on this while staff gives their presentation, which according to Mr. Lambers is the next order of business.
Oh, now she is, it looks like she just made it.
Oh, I see her.
Yeah, I was doing the treadmill there.
Mr. Simpson, assuming we don't get to hear.
No, she's on. She's on now.
This item. I know, I don't know why it's repeating what I said a few minutes ago. We're hearing you, Ms. Groom. If you'll please state your name and your address for the record for us. Oh, now she is, it looks like she just made it.
Oh, I see her.
Yeah, Lori Groom. I was doing the treadmill there.
I don't know why it's repeating everything we said about 5 minutes ago, but I should probably
I
quit
don't know
talking.
why it's repeating what I said a few minutes ago.
Can you
Ms.
give,
Groom, do you have the YouTube session open in the background there? If you would please close that, that would get rid of that audio loop. Thank you.
And
thank you, Mr. Kurz. Okay, now we can't hear you. You're on mute, Ms. Groom. You're muted.
Okay,
All right.
can you hear me now?
We can. And if you'll state your address, please.
Okay, Lori Groom, 4640 West 137th Terrace, Leawood.
Thank you. Okay, we're glad you made it.
All right, great. Well, thank you for letting us attend tonight. And I would just agree with everything that Dolores and Elaine said. We've only been here since 2013, have seen 2 or 3 things that possibly were going to come into that area. And we are actually very excited about the proposal that Mark has brought to the committee the last several months, I think, actually. So very supportive of his project and would really like you to take that into consideration. And I think that's all for me.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Simpson, without your legal counsel here, did you want to request a continuance?
No, I've done a lot of these by myself. John is at Over Park City Council, and he is texting me on his left leg at odd occasions, and I'm happy to hear what the staff has to say at this point, because as the city administrator said, that's the next order of business is the staff report.
No, the next point of business is for you to make your presentation, then the staff comments on it.
Okay, well, I'll make mine then. That'll be fine. So basically, you know, we've made several presentations. The planning staff was very, very specific that they wanted a material board, and they wanted very, very specifics of the wattage of each light, the manufacture of each light, the color of everything, samples of everything. There should be produced by planning staff there, very, very complete, very professionally done material boards that I would ask that the staff on hand mount and show, because of course we cannot be in the room. But every single material being used in the loges and on the wall are presented on labeled large material boards, and I'll wait until staff has a moment to show those boards.
Okay, we're having a couple of staff people actually carrying forward the material board. It's very heavy.
You know, they don't make lightweight stone, and they don't make lightweight concrete tile roofs.
That's good, Patty.
We expect them to last 100 years.
Careful.
We're having a little show and tell here. So I'm looking at the tiles and the,
Mayor, I'm a little bit confused about what's happening right now with regards to procedure and such. This seems a little out of the ordinary. So if I could ask for some clarification, certainly we're not going to get some sort of a final plan presented to us instead of what's E on the agenda?
we are having a final plan presented. That is actually what E is. 7E is the
Approving
final plan and final
recommendation.
plat for Villa de Fontana. It comes with a recommendation for denial from the Planning Commission, but an alternative resolution could be an override of the Planning Commission's recommendation of denial. So what you are seeing is a presentation of the final plan.
I was not under the impression that that was something that might slide in here. Okay, thank you for that
No,
clarification.
that is what is on the agenda and has been on the agenda. What you have heard communication from related to today was about a development agreement, which is not part of the agenda this evening.
Okay,
So that might be the confusion.
that might be the confusion.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Sure. Okay, we just saw your products and materials, and I guess I'll ask before we move any further, if anyone has any questions. It's probably hard for you all on Zoom to see the materials.
Can you show those boards? I've only seen them in process. I've actually never even seen them completed, although they look
I guess we
exceptionally
can-
well done and professional to me.
Maybe hold them up to the camera. Maybe Mr. Klein can hold them, Ms. Bennett. I know it's, maybe the two of you together.
Workman's comp, here we go.
And if we hold them up to the camera, then those on Zoom can see them. Yes, no, that's good. Are you all able to see them?
No?
Are you able to see them? No, they're not.
There we go, okay.
Now we can.
All right,
Now
so
they
if the staff could kind of indicate what the labels underneath, we can't read the labels say, and so we have a little bit of context, that would be helpful. I can't hear her.
Patty?
14-inch aluminum lettering, Weston shell limestone, barrel tile roof, ivory travertine tile inlay, and light beige stucco.
And there's also fencing. The fencing goes around the dog park.
Yes, it goes around the dog park. To tell you the truth, I'm a little hesitant to put that fencing on the 135th Street side. I'm looking for a little guidance from the planning staff about that. If I had my druthers, I'd probably do 3/4 retaining wall and 1/4 fencing, because I think the dogs will go crazy and they end up barking at the cars on 135th Street and causing a little bit of chaos with each other, because it is an off-leash dog park where the residents will have to sign a waiver. They're responsible for their behavior of their own dog, but you know, having cars whizzing by, I think there's 20,000 a day, maybe a little bit distracting to the dogs who are up there to do other things other than watch cars go by that they can't get to 150 feet away. But if staff is insistent that we have a wrought iron all the way around, we will. But my thought is that it'd be better to have maybe a couple of panels of wrought iron, and the rest of it be the retaining wall with the decorative tile inset into it.
All right, thank you. You have more to your presentation, Mr. Simpson, other than the building materials?
The last time I spoke with staff, and wasn't me specifically, but it was John Peterson, John Constant, the owner of Epic Landscape, Brick Owens, our landscape architect, Tony Benetti, who is in Bologna, Italy, and he is providing all the fountains. Richard had a issue about the fountains that he thought that they should be new, and Tony Benetti took quite offense to that. The fountains are made of a very, very special hand-carved limestone from Italy, and he noted that the youngest fountain was 110 years old, along with the urns. The oldest was 195 years old, and he said that he would give every assurance that they would last in Leawood, Kansas for another 100 years each, and that did not sell new fountains, and they could never make a new fountain the way they hand carved them in the 1800s, and that this type of hand carved limestone was a very special limestone with no porosity, meant to be left outdoors. I specifically did not order anything out of marble or granite because I was unwilling to have them covered up with canvas year round. Our plan is to irrigate all the urns and have them then buy silk flowers for them from sometime between Halloween and Thanksgiving, and then take out the real plants, which are going to be copious, and have silk flowers, put them until spring. Of course, turn off all the fountains and winterize them probably about that same time period. And Tony Benetti, who's with Ancient Services in Santa Monica, California, but his main office is in Bologna, Italy, he issued a letter, which I'll be happy to furnish to the council, saying that he was almost offended that somebody would think a newly carved fountain or a newly carved urn or a newly carved anything could hold a candle to this very special stone that only comes from Italy, that had been hand carved and had lasted 110 to 190 years old there. And somebody in Leawood, Kansas said, well, they won't withstand Leawood, Kansas weather.
All right, thank you. You know, there's a number of changes to stipulations since the November 16th governing body meeting, which are indicated on page 3. And as well as a Public Works memo change, stipulation 1C. And I'm assuming that you are familiar with all those, Mr. Simpson, and in agreement to all those.
Madam Mayor, if I could have 1 minute here to find out of the 7 million files I have on my desk, the latest stipulations. Okay, I have it. Just a moment. Let me get the stipulations. Just give me one moment. Okay, I have one that starts with dated November 9th. The report was written October 28th.
This is, I'm reading from what's in front of us for this evening. So I'm
Ma'am,
reading page 3.
Let me see if I can get up to speed here. Just give me 15 seconds here. I know why John Peterson finds this job so challenging.
We can also have our staff speak to these because they're going to make comments as well, but.
Okay, you know, I have stipulations, although I think they are a tiny bit dated, but I'm sure they're about 80, 90% still correct. And maybe there's some numerals changing, but I'll be happy to try to do my best to follow along.
Okay.
And while staff's doing theirs, I'll find one that's current for today, or I'll take it offline.
Okay, very good. Who is going to present for the city? Mr. Klein?
This application before you tonight is for the Villa de Fontana, which has 63 lots and 7 tracts. 11 of those lots are actually located on the south side of 137th Street. Staff is, the Planning Commission did recommend denial of this application unanimously, 7-0. It does not meet the Leawood Development Ordinance Comprehensive Plan, which shows this area as being mixed use. It also has 2 existing buildings that are located there. One used to be a bank building that's right at the corner of 135th Street in Fontana, and the other one is down an office building that's located down on the north side of 137th Street. Generally, those 2 zoning districts, the one up at the corner of 135th in Fontana is currently zoned SDCR, which is Planned General Retail, as a minimum of 125-foot residential setback. In this case, you now have residential that is encroaching into that area, which would make that building non-conforming. You also have this similar situation located with the office that's located on the north side of 137th Street that has a 75-foot residential setback, and it's currently zoned office, and it would also make that one non-conforming as well. With regard to the stipulations that were changed, just to kind of clarify, Stipulation 7 was added just to ensure that everybody was of the understanding that it would be cementuous stucco as opposed to some sort of artificial stucco or ephes, and that it would be natural stone rather than a cultured stone. Stipulation number 8 was updated to just reflect as far as which lots would have a deviation to the lot frontage. Lot frontage typically is required to be 100 feet on the cul-de-sacs measured at the build line. And so there is a deviation that's available in the Leawood Development Ordinance that allows that to be reduced to 80%, so 80 feet. And so they are requesting a deviation for those lots listed in stipulation number 8. Stipulation number 11, if you look on the plat, there is a section where it's a label Lola, I think it's Lola Drive. I think it has actually 136th Street on it as well, but Lola Drive's on there, and so that's not a name that the city would use, and so as that gets recorded, that would have to be updated. Stipulation number 16, per Leawood Development Ordinance, signs identifying subdivision entry monumentations are limited to one at each major entrance from an arterial collector street. There's at least one area within this development where they actually are flanking on both sides and have signage on both sides. In the past, we've allowed signage on one side and maybe a wall or something like that that would be decorative on the other, but both of them wouldn't have the signage. And stipulation 22 is prior to temporary certificate of occupancy, all equipment associated with fountains must be completely screened from view. And so with this latest submission where they were showing a lot more detail, they showed it as far as some of the mechanical that goes with those fountains. And we just want to make sure that those are screened as well.
Do you want to speak to the Public Works memo stipulation?
The Public Works memo added a stipulation to provide a 10-foot sidewalk utility easement along the bank frontage of 136th Street.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
for
thank you.
that. Mr. Sipple.
I have a question, Mr. Klein, and it has to do, maybe it was my misunderstanding of what we did with lots 22 and 23. I thought that Planning and Public Works were opposed to direct entrances off of 137th Street, and we were going to do some kind of a unusual curb cut there to allow those two lots to have access into their garages.
And I think this was a compromise that was reached. We were talking about as having an eyebrow located, and what that would do would be push into those two lots, requiring those homes to be pushed back further to the south and closer to the south property line. And so this was a compromise to allow those buildings to be moved up a little bit. And so staff was, that's compromise that staff worked out.
Okay, so each of those lots will have an individual driveway going to 137th Street?
I believe
or
that.
Is it going to be a jointly used driveway?
And they actually had a picture in here.
David Lay, Public Works Director, and that was approved on the preliminary plan to be a shared driveway for those two lots. So there'll be one driveway comes off 137th Street that'll peel off to each of those two lots.
Somewhat similar to what's on 119th at the...
Just east of Pawnee, correct.
Right, right. Thank you. Ms. Harrison.
Mr. Klein, can you tell me a couple questions? The stone, first regarding stipulation 7, the natural stone, on the board that you were holding up earlier, does the new stucco stone tile meet all of the requirements now?
Yes, they did provide natural stone.
Thank you. And how many lots of the 63 get a deviation?
There's actually 2 deviations. There is one to the lot frontage, which is the one that we talked about before that goes from 100 feet. And these are just on the cul-de-sacs or the eyebrows. And the other deviation is with regard to the front setback. Typically it's 30 feet, and they're requesting a deviation to 25.5. And
Is this across the board in the whole subdivision?
no, they have specific lots.
Stipulation
and I have
9.
on stipulation
9 actually lists them out.
Oh, 9 does list them. Thank
8
you.
and 9, right.
Okay, I missed that detail. Thank you. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I think there's 11 maybe on stipulation 8, and I haven't counted, there's more than that for 9 that are getting the front setback deviations. Questions from anyone on the Zoom?
I think Mrs. Gengel, Ms. Groom had a question.
We meant from
Mr. Simpson, hearing Mr. Klein's explanation on those stipulations, did you see those online? Were you able to follow along?
Actually, I was just printed them out, and Mark, can you tell me what has changed since I just printed them out 30 seconds ago from the hearing, the last hearing? Is there anything of any significance that we've updated that John, who again is at Overland Park and trying to join this meeting as we speak, on 1 through 31? It says 7, clarify that stucco is Smith stone, natural stone, I agree to that. Deviation minimum, I agree to that. Lola Drive, which Golden Doodle Lola died on July 10th after being born on July 9th at 15 years and 1 day. We sent her to heaven, and I kind of told her I'd name a street after her, but I did get to name Golden Bear Drive and Nicholas Drive over at Lionsgate, and Jack Nicholas was not offended, and the city of Overland Park wasn't offended, but I guess my Golden Doodle Lola is not quite as dear to the city of Leawood as Jack Nicholas is. Number 16, heads, it's fine, on the signs, Mark, did you talk to Brick about those signs? It's really a Brick Owens, John Constant thing. I think the signs were, I think it's a logo on one side, and it's an art piece on one side, and actually a sign with lettering on the other side. Am I incorrect in that, Mark? I'm not, I've got kind of quite a few balls in the air here, so maybe I misunderstood that. Do you know, Mark?
And it was my understanding as I was looking at the plans that it actually had signage on flanking on both sides.
Are they mirror image signs, or are they quite a bit different? I thought one side was
I
just,
believe they're very similar as far as in their elevations.
do you have anything you could put up on the board?
You're saying that they're limited to one.
Right, but I think one is just a piece of art. I don't think it's anything other than just a little art piece of Rome or Venice or something like that. I don't believe it's anything of a nameage type of thing. It might be a stylized V. We picked up the V off of Eddie V's, and we wrote Eddie V's restaurant and said, "Can we pick up your V?" Which it turns out is a V they invented, and they said, "Yes, you may." I have a letter from the CEO of Eddie V's restaurant saying we could use their V, and I believe one side's got a little bit of an art piece with a V, as Brick Owens is wont to do, stylistically integrated into it, but I don't believe it's a sign per se. But I don't have, Brick is traveling in his motorhome with his little dog, so. But there is a picture of it up there someplace that was done by an professional illustrator at Epic that would show it.
I think we've got somebody that doesn't have their background noise muted. If you could mute your phones, please, or Zoom calls, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Now, that may be Mr. Mr. Tomasic or Mr. Wilkie. I believe they are residents that have been trying to get on to speak about the plan, I believe, and maybe one of them, because it happened just as they got on.
There is a Sundance Ridge Rod Rock Community sign on sheet M1 in my packet.
No, that's not it.
That's not it. Okay.
No, there's an actual rendering done by a professional graphic artist at Epic that shows a top bird's eye view and a front view of the entrance to 135th and Granada, which is the one you're speaking of. On the right side is 3 decorative panels, the 4 that are the 4 most famous fountains: the Trevi Fountain, the Fountain of the Mount Spanish Steps, the Zeus and the Apollo Fountain. They're going to be done in relief by the head of sculpture at KU, with a 3-foot weir coming out of the middle of them. And then there's, I think, just like a little art piece next to them. And then on the left side, since most traffic we believe will be heading eastbound, is an actual sign itself. But I know that is a piece that's there. If you like, I could email it to Patty, whose only email I got, and have it there in about 20 seconds. But I know Mark has it in his packet. Would you like for me to email that to Patty?
If you have it, I have a picture of all the statuary, et cetera, but I have nothing
No,
except,
this is a amenity, hold on.
unless you have something, Mr. Klein, I don't see it in my packet.
And they are speaking of 135th and Granada, is that correct?
Actually, it's, yeah,
All right, here, I have it. I have it. So how do I send this to Patty?
he'd like to send it to you, Ms. Bennett.
And actually, I think that's what I have on there.
Whatever Mr. Simpson wants to send, you already have.
Yeah, I think it's also in your packet. It is sheet 8 of 11.
Well, I'm sending it to Patty just to make sure because through the miracle of modern whatever, I'm able to do it, so I'm going to.
Is it the one with all the statuary? Is it the,
No, I'm not sure. Saying just a minute though.
I think that's the one that he set up on the screen.
Patty should have it in 5 seconds.
811
Yeah. 8.
Fontana B and C plan,
Correct.
Fontana A and D plan.
Right.
So, all right, I think we have it. Thank you. Okay, so that was.
So, no, there's a much better one Patty has. Much better.
Ms. Bennett, did you get something much better? Okay,
Yeah, that's,
so
didn't come out as well as I thought it should.
so there's statuary, a fountain on the left and then the signage on the right.
Yes, ma'am, but there is a sign that says Fontana underneath the bowl of that one sign. The right side does say Villa de Fontana. Boy, I wish, is there any way I can just send this to every councilman to their email real quick? 'Cause
We can
it's
see it.
terrible.
You can
It
see
really
it,
looks horrible on the screen, I gotta tell you.
but I guess it's being shared with those at home as well on
Yeah,
Zoom.
but it's so much better on what I'm looking at.
I've got Mr. Sippel and Ms. Larson with questions.
I don't have a question, Madam Mayor. I'm increasingly concerned that the applicant and the council is not dealing with the same document, and that there doesn't
we
seem
are.
to be unanimity in terms of what the applicant is presenting versus what's already been agreed upon. And I think we're floating rather than having a document that the entire room would agree, this is the final plan document, and these are the stipulations, and these are the agreements, and these are the concessions. Notwithstanding all the financial things in the DA, just the plan itself, I'm very uncomfortable to vote on something when there doesn't seem to be a consensus and everybody is nodding yes in the same direction.
One, that's not accurate. I have the full stimulations in my hand. I am ready to speak to each and every one of them. I have just sent Peggy and you and Jim the drawing that is easily to read. If you'll open your city emails, you'll be able to see them and share them with your neighbors. It should be there in the next 5 seconds. I have every document, and Mark has it too. I'm not sure why this particular document that that's coming up on your computer as we speak did not show up better on the overhead, but it is a copy of a copy. And so technology, as much as we think it's great, it's not that great. So if Mayor Dunn and Councilman Hazeltine and Sipple will look at their city email, they will see exactly what was submitted at the substantial cost to have a professional artist draw exactly what you're going to get, because we're not trying to give you something that you don't fully understand and it is not in full transparency and clarity. I do have the stipulations in my hand dated December 21st, on a report written for the meeting, a report written December 10th, stipulations 1 through 31, and changes were made since the 16th or 7, 8, 11, 16, and 22, which I agree with all of, except for number 22, which we've been discussing. Number 16, which we've been discussing, as to whether this entry is 2 signs or 1 sign.
Okay, Ms. Larson.
I would just like to agree with Councilmember Sippel's comments that I was thinking the same thing, that this is an important decision and I don't feel comfortable with the documents that we have and the, that we're all on the same page. And I want to make the best decision possible, but I don't think maybe tonight is the night. We're a little disjointed on the information, and maybe a continuance would be in order.
Ms. Villa and Ms. Harrison.
I appreciate the fact that we're trying to have these additional changes and adherences to the final plan discussed, but to me it seems to be a moot point. The applicant is not organized to present their final plan. The staff is more than organized, and I think they've shared with us. But these small tweaks belie the fact that we have already spent an extensive amount of time on this. For the citizens who are listening in, we have had special meetings, council, planning commission, staff working overtime. We have worked extensively trying to meet the intent of what the developer was doing. Underneath all of this, that wasn't discussed, and I'm not exactly sure where Mr. Simpson came up with the alternative being a 4-story nursing home, but that seems to be kind of par for the course, that kind of commentary gets thrown in there when that hasn't ever been discussed as an alternative in my 20 years on council, and I've never seen this process. It just doesn't compute. I begin to think we're on a Saturday Night Live skit. The bottom line is that what we have had much conversation about this is the financial instrument, the developer's agreement, that I believe was the intent and request to have that on the agenda when we have already discussed it at 2 prior meetings and failed to achieve an agreement that did not put the city at risk for this proposal. And the developer said that without the council going against our bond council, going above our grade level, going over the objections by our city attorney and our staff to put the city in a risk position from financial plans by the developer, there was no approval of that. And so I'm glad that we were having this come back on the agenda, because from my understanding, what I feel is necessary is to make a motion to approve the Planning Commission's denial of this final plan and put this project to rest, which has never, ever been able to pull all of the things together to be approved, whether it's this, that, or the other. But more importantly, we are, as a council, have agreed after extensive conversations and more than one meeting that we would not put the city of Leawood at risk in order to provide the funding that the developer wants in order to make money and to do this development. And we don't want the next development to fail, nor do we want to underwrite the risk of that. And for that reason, I would like to make the motion that we approve the Planning Commission's denial of this Villa de Fontana.
And before I recognize your motion, Ms. Harrison also has her hand up.
Thank you,
So-
Madam Mayor. Yes, I guess I was trying to get this clarification earlier. I was under the impression from things that I thought Mr. Simpson said several times previously that without a development agreement, there would be no Villa Fontana. And so that is why was confused when there started to be talk of a final plan tonight, because I was under the impression that without a development agreement, we, the city, we were walking away from this great opportunity. I think those were his words. So that's where the confusion settled for me. So we don't have a development agreement. This doesn't meet the LDO. So I would absolutely second Councilwoman Phila's suggestion that we approve, we go with the denial of the Planning Commission. Thank you.
I
Madam
do
Mayor?
want to clarify something. It does meet the LDO. It does not meet the 135th Street Community Plan or the Comprehensive Plan. Mr. Klein, is that confirmed?
Yeah, it meets the Leawood Development Ordinance. However, when Mr. Simpson is indicating that there's a sign on the fountain over here and then there's a sign on the wall over here, basically the Leawood Development Ordinance states that there's one sign at each major entrance off a collector. We had the same situation that was in Hills of Leawood, where originally I think they wanted it to be flanked, and then we kind of worked with them and it was going to be on one side with a wall, decorative wall on the other. I think Mr. Simpson is indicating that he feels like the two signs aren't two signs on either side because they're on different, as far as one's on a wall and one's on the fountain, or at least that was the way I was understanding it.
Thank you.
But to clarify that
I
wouldn't.
stand corrected, yeah. It doesn't meet the 135th Street
Yes.
corridor.
And
mixed
it
use.
does,
does not.
it does create the two non-conforming lots for the two existing business buildings that are there. And I also wanted to let you know, Mr. Osmond has his hand up.
Oh, okay. And thank you for that. So you would stand by that stipulation 16 as well?
Yeah, that stipulation is just
Is
trying to
important.
enforce the Leawood Development Ordinance.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second now. More discussion. Mr. Osmond. You're still on mute.
I'm going to let Mr. Simpson go before me. I know he had his
Mr.
hand up.
Simpson? Mr. Simpson. Oh, all right.
He's on mute.
And Mr. Simpson, you're on mute. Okay.
Excuse me, I'm very sorry.
That's
Again,
all right.
This is Amy's job, so she's very, very good at this, and I'm very, very poor at it. One, in response to Mrs. Field's comments, I would invite the neighbor next door, Ms. Holthouse. She is the one that told me that there would be a 4-story, 140-bed nursing home next to her house. She studied this plan. She's lived there 27 years. She's far more fluent with what's approved now. So I would invite her. There's also been 2 other next door neighbors sign on to it since we started. Ms. Tomasic and Mr. Wilkie, I believe, would like to say something. In regards to preparation, I admit I did not spend the 5 hours John spends, or every hour he spends in front of this governing body prepping for it, but I do have the staff report in my hand. I have sent, and I hope you have received, Councilman Hazeltine and Sippel and Mayor Dunn, the proper drawing of the entry monument. You know, if you believe that you need to have another meeting in January, I will be out of the country until the 8th or the 7th of January. I'll be happy to come back at that time, represented by John, who will do a far, far better job than I assure you. In addressing this, we have been very, very, very diligent in being 100% responsive to staff. We have a letter from Mark Klein and Ricky Sanchez dated about 2 weeks ago saying that they are lacking 0. That every single possible thing that they asked for, down to the wattage and manufacture of every light bulb, was been provided to them. And so I don't want staff to put words in their mouth, but I would like staff to acknowledge that they are lacking nothing to evaluate this project. If it is the will of the governing body to hold this item over until the new year, when hopefully we've all had our COVID shot, I'm expecting mine any day, then I'm happy to do so, and have no objection to that being done so. But Mrs. Fila, I think you need to address your question to Dolores Holthouse. She is very fluent with the nursing home, and she told me it was 4 stories, 140 beds, and an 80-field parking lot that had been approved by this governing body for several years. I took that as being, she's a pretty honest woman. I took it as being pretty factual, but maybe she misunderstood something as far as the city funding us. We're giving the city $4 million in the first 30 days. We're offering to give the city another $1.4 million to pay off the rest of the bonds. The city's done nothing but write checks for 6 years. The city seems to not care, which is bothersome to me, about the $800,000 in mill levy ad valorem taxes not being paid to Blue Valley School District, the county, fire department, the fire marshal, the county EMC services. That all, if this project's turned down, that $800,000 goes bye-bye. I guarantee you the Canadian Bureau Bank of Commerce is not going to bid this out. This is going to be sold. We've been putting off the tax sale for about 60 days now. We've been begging Ed Aller to do it, and he's talked to the treasurer, and they've been putting it off. This will go up for tax sale in the next 60 days, and I don't know who will own it, but not one of those guys is going to say, well, let me write you guys all a check for $4 million. And by the way, all you guys over and above the $200,000 of that you're going to lose in mill levy taxes, and let me see here, you paid about $2 million out in bond payments and got about another $1.6 million
Mr.
to pay out.
Mr. Simpson.
I'm almost done. You know, I don't believe anybody's be paying those, but I do know for a fact that the Blue Valley School District, I've spoken to the president of that, I've spoken to the head of Johnson County Community College. They're not very happy that the city of Leawood has never taken into consideration the $800,000 loss they're going to take, because I had told them they could be expecting a check by year-end 2020 for 6 years of back taxes. So, but again, if it is the wisdom of this group to continue this matter when Mr. Peterson can be here to much more ably represent Villa de Fontana, I would be pleased to accept such a continuance.
All right, thank you. And I've got other council members waiting to speak in a queue here. But before we go to them, I just want to say there is a former plan, long expired, that had this retirement community on it. So there was one once, probably before your time, but it was years and years.
Not an alternative to this one. Right.
No, it's not it's an expired plan, but there was something in the
But
past.
it was down near Mission Road.
No, next door.
Well, maybe it wasn't on this side. I thought it
I
was.
said it was down by Mission Road.
There was one there, I know that, but I think there were 2.
Right. And actually, with the original plan, they actually had 2. They had an assisted and an independent living facility. Later on, they had a project called Sharon Lane that came in with the skilled nursing. And I believe that it was, I want to say 3 stories, but it's been a long time since.
Yeah, and
since
long
that plan.
expired.
And I believe so.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Klein. I've got Mr. Osman and Mr. Sipple.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council. I want to first apologize to the residents that are waiting for the next project coming up. I know that you've been before many planning meetings, and you're waiting to hear your voices heard tonight. And for the past hour, 15 minutes, we've been hijacked once again. And let me explain why. I want to take you back on a trip to back in August when Mr. Simpson came before us and said at the time, I've got this phenomenal, grandiose plan that is better than any other plan in the entire world. and I want to present it. I need you to move heaven and earth to meet with staff and present it to us in an untimely fashion. Most of the time, plans come before us where we review 6 months, year, 2 years. This has all been done within the past couple of months. So in August, Mr. Simpson, quote unquote, puts this under contract. And he says he has to close this by the end of October, or we're going to lose out on $4 million. Well, the first thing that Mr. Simpson does is he says the fire department is not going to get money, but Mr. Simpson goes out and tells the Leawood Fire Department to get off his land. And no, okay. So he says, get off my land when we all know it's under contract. He then proceeds to make staff bend over backwards. And time again, staff asks, please, please, please give us all the itemized things that we've asked for. And time again, Mr. Simpson does not do it. And each time he looks as if tonight he is very unprepared. And he has said, well, I can't do this, but you're making me do something that I don't want to do. Well, we know from past experience is highly likely of what we're going to get for tonight. So Planning Commission says, we don't approve the plan. They voted down 7-0. It comes before City Council. City Council says, you know what? We don't feel comfortable with the plan. We vote against it. It is denied. The next day, Mr. Simpson and his associates decide, well, I cannot give up on this, even though it is pushed off. Mr. Simpson says, I'm going to call all the dissenting members of council and not ask them, but what I want to say is harass them. I'm on a Zoom call the next day trying to get close to $10 million of financing for one of my projects. And lo and behold, on a Zoom call, it pops up. Not once, not twice, 5 times in 4 hours. Mr. Simpson and his associates call and leave 3 messages and 2 not messaged, trying to convince me to change my vote. He did that with other council members. And at the end of the day, we decided, hey, let's take a look and revisit the situation. During that time, Mr. Simpson belittles the fire department, belittles staff, so much so that, and it's out in the open, Mr. Simpson says, I need to meet today with staff and with Public Works. And Mr. Simpson knows that City Hall is closed. Mr. Simpson comes before us and convinces some poor person to let him in to City Hall. Mr. Simpson was escorted by the police, yes, out of City Hall that day. Mr. Simpson then proceeds to say, I've got an extension. I need you to get this approved so that I can have financing. We go through the whole process, and time again, he's not agreeing to what we've said, what our bond counsel has said. At the end of the day, we voted on it 2 weeks ago. And that vote came down, and there were 2 votes. Vote number 1 said, do we approve the motion based off of what Mr. Simpson's recommendation is for a development agreement? That was voted down. The second was, do we want to vote on a development agreement that is then to the city of Leawood? We had one motion. We did not have a second. That failed. At this point in time, it's my understanding that there is no development agreement because it has not gotten approved. Mr. Simpson is trying to bully us, trying to contact as many people to try to get this development off the ground. I'm sorry, I've heard enough. My vote is no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Osmond. Mr. Sippel.
I just want to reiterate that I'm very uncomfortable voting on this because I feel as though it's a criticism of Mr. Simpson that we're very disorganized. And based on my experience in working with Mr. Simpson, unless you have everything nailed down in agreement, in writing, with dates on it, that you're going to be flailing for the foreseeable future. So I tend to agree with Mr. Osmond that I think I would vote no on this particular final plan.
Well, the motion in front of us is not a continuous, it's a denial. Right. So you knew that. Mr. Simpson, you want to respond? You're on mute, though.
I'm sorry, here we go. So there's some discussion that we have failed to deliver materials to the staff. We delivered everything to staff about 7 weeks ago. We reached out to staff 2 or 3 times and asked, do you have everything you need? We had no response, but during COVID, staff is not there all the time, and we understand it is a challenge to get everything to City Hall, get everything out to everybody, and everything else. I asked earlier, and I never got a response from the staff, do you have in your hands today every single possible piece of material that you could possibly need to evaluate down to the brand name and wattage of every single light bulb and every single light fixture? And I never got an answer. I did ask that. I will ask that again. 2, I did not tell the fire marshal to leave. I saw the fire marshals up there practicing with a boat and their hoses out. I said, guys, I am hopeful that this will soon be the home of 63 tax-paying families. And sometime next year, you won't be able to practice here because we'll be digging this up and doing millions of dollars of improvements to create about $90 million of value in the city of Leawood. So I would suggest to you that sometime 6-8 months from now that you're going to need to find another place to practice, because they've been practicing there for 12 years because not one thing has happened on that land in the 12 years since you've zoned it, other than the Deffenbaugh Trust buying a failed bank that never could make it, and the Patterson office building. I never said you have to get out. I never said you got to get out today. I never said I owned it. I said I am the prospective developer, and in about 6-8 months, you're going to have to find another place to go. So that is untrue. 2, I have never called Mr. Osmond in my life. I don't have his phone number. I will be happy to have a forensic accountant or a forensic electronics expert search my phone. I will give Mr. Osmond $10,000 in cash if they can find his cell number on my phone, because I have never called him. Now, residents may have called him, taxpayers of Leawood may have called him, neighbors may have called him, but I personally have never called Mr. Osmond because I don't have his damn number and I don't want his damn number. Lastly, as far as City Hall, I begged.
Business partner Saul Ellis.
Saul is his own man. He's 84 years old. Saul did not tell me he called you. You said I personally had called you several times. I never called you. You did not say Saul called you. You said I called you. I did not call you. Lastly, as far as City Hall, I, for a period of 5 days, begged the city inspector to come to the hills of Leawood, who gave us on October 13th a very, very challenging, humanly impossible list of things to do. We did 90% of those things on the list. We asked them to come out and inspect those items so we could take them off of our punch list of things to do to satisfy the city. We were told by the city inspector, my boss won't allow me to come out until 100% of the items are done, so you can't take anything off the list. I sent them pictures on a phone, not the greatest. I went out and took 30 pictures. I said, I am on my way to City Hall to show you these 30 blown up 8x10 pictures. I got the message, you cannot come into City Hall, as I was sitting in the parking lot of City Hall. We had spent $75,000 trying to satisfy the city. And meanwhile, we have residents moving from Michigan, Stockton, California, Golden, Colorado, Las Vegas, Nevada, Phoenix, who are all very concerned that their new homes that are frozen because there's no building permits available at the hills of Leawood, their children will not be able to enter school in August because their new homes won't be done. My only answer is, well, the city says that we have a pipe. It's got 1.5 inches of silt in the bottom of it, and until that 1.5 inches of silt is
Mr.
removed-
Simpson, I think we need to stick
but
with the Village of
I
Fontana.
admit I went into City Hall to show these pictures. I was wearing a face shield. I was wearing a mask. My 2 civil engineers were wearing a face shield and a mask. I have pictures of us. I'll be happy to send them to you. We were the only ones with protective covering in the entire city. They asked me to leave. I got up and left. So Mr. Osmond was wrong on the 4 things he stated were all in error. I'm sure you did not intend for them to be in error, but they were in error. And again, I would accept a continuance till January, where I could be much better represented by Mr. Peterson, who is very skillful at this, and I am not.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? We do have a motion and a second. The motion is actually to deny, not to continue. And if there's any other comments from anyone, Ms. Kane.
I want to start off the same way Mr. Osmond started off, apologizing to the residents. Over 20 years ago, I became involved with this city and the city council because of this very reason. I was president of the HOA, and at the time, it was the development on the corner of Mission and 135th Street. And I too rallied the neighbors to get involved. I am a firm believer in the process that Leawood has in place. I'm a firm believer in our staff. I am a firm believer in the city of Leawood. And I dare say the reason Mr. Simpson and other developers can do the extraordinary things they do is because the city of Leawood spends an inordinate amount of time and energy in thoughtful planning. I've said it 100 times. This city did not happen by accident. Take a drive around, take a look around, and you will see the hard work and the dedication of the city council and the planning commission and our staff and our volunteers and our beloved residents. And I take enormous exception to this conversation, and I feel so sorry for you residents, because I don't know what the percentage is. I'm not going to throw around numbers, but there has been an enormous amount of false information that has been thrown out in this conversation today. And flat out not true, denials, exaggerations, whatnot. You do not have all the information. You do not have the correct information. And I don't fault you for thinking what you do and trying to do what you do, but sometimes you just have to trust the process and trust those that have dedicated our lives, decades, double-digit years, decades of our life to this city and to the thoughtful planning. And we've got a giant next proposal coming on, or project proposal coming up. Same thing. Years and years and years of hard work and planning, and our citizens deserve to be heard. You deserve the truth, and unfortunately, you've gotten part of the story, but only a fraction of the truth of the actual story. So I think we have a motion on the floor. I think we have a second, and I think we should hear the question.
Madam, may I say one more thing, please?
No.
You may very swiftly, because Ms. Kane would like to call the question. So, but you're muted. You're muted, Mr. Simpson.
I never got a motion and answer my question as the staff have in their hands and had for some time, every single positive thing they need. 2, there is 2 or 3 neighbors that have gotten on the Zoom because of challenges in technology of not being able to get on, that have Ms. Lanui, Ms. Tomasic, and Mr. Wilkie, who all would have comments they would like to make, and I think they'll be denied their opportunity to make them. Three, I would strongly encourage the council members to consider a continuance when this thing could be more readily represented. I do have in my hand all the stipulations, and other than that one stipulation about sign being on both sides of 135th and Granada, I'm in 100% agreement with every stipulation. I do think it is a disservice to the three residents who.
All right,
like
if
me
you'll
are-
if you'll yield the floor, I'll hear the three residents.
I absolutely yield the floor, madam.
Oh, and Mr. Azeltine, you can go first before the residents.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we've had more meetings on this application than any other meeting that I've ever been involved in 16 years of doing this. And here we are, you know, we actually I worked my tail off trying to get this thing through, and it was denied on a split vote. And my co-counsel, Councilwoman Kane, actually resurrected this thing. And so Mr. Simpson's already gotten several bites at the apple here. And all I would say is he builds great stuff, but in order to get something done, especially something this complex, you need to have good faith on both sides of the table. And Mr. Simpson, frankly, you've not given us that. And that's, you know, we need to, you know, put a bow on this. So thank
And
you,
while
guys.
I have delivered 600 homes in the city of Leawood worth $300 million of tax value, I'll stand by those 20 developments, and any one of them you say is not the best of the best, then I'll be happy to show you why it is.
Do we have, Mr. Kurz, do we have those residents in the waiting room waiting, or Ms. Bennett, are you in?
Mayor, there's nobody in the waiting room.
Yes.
Everybody has joined the call. That is part of the call.
The one at 208-3927, I believe, is. Let's see here. I had others written down here. Jeff Wilkie, I'm not sure. Ashley Tomasic, I'm not sure.
Could be here for cameras.
Tomasic is our city attorney.
Okay, well, that's shows what I know.
All right, so is there any further discussion from the city council members, either on Zoom or? The motion and the second is to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation of denial of this final plan and final plat. And it will take 5 votes in the affirmative because it's
And
not
again, I
overriding.
would strongly prefer continuance.
You would strongly prefer a continuance? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Any date in January or February that is convenient for the governing body.
Well, I thought that's maybe where we
Peterson
were.
can properly do it and be a little more organized, but I would yet to hear from planning staff that they are lacking any data whatsoever to fully vet the plan.
All right. I thought that's where we were headed earlier this evening, but now I've heard other comments, so I'm not so sure. So if there is no further discussion, roll call, please.
Mr. Azeltine?
Aye.
Mr. Osmond?
Aye.
Mrs. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Rawlings?
Aye.
Mrs. Larson?
And I would just like to say I originally voted for this plan, and unfortunately, I no longer have confidence it's a workable plan, and I vote aye.
Mr. Sipple?
Aye, for the same reasons that Council Member Larson stated. It appears that we're very disorganized and not in agreement as to how this whole thing is going to work.
Mrs. Harrison?
Aye.
Mrs. Filla?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation for denial is approved unanimously. So I'd like to thank the Thank you, Mr. Simpson, and thank the residents for your involvement and participation as well.
May I make a final closing comment?
Yes.
After developing over 600 homes in the city of Leawood and let me see here, over $300 million worth of value, this is sayonara. We won't be doing another one ever. So you won't have us anymore. And if anybody calls me, asking about developing Leawood, I'll make sure to let them know that we invested $300 million trying to $300,000 of our money, including paying the city's attorney, Bill Gilmore and Bell, which I signed that check this morning. So I paid your attorney to argue with my attorney. I paid my attorney to argue with your attorney. And, I hereby withdrawing the application. I'll leave it at that. But I am not developing any more property after the Hills of Leawood's done. And I'm probably going to sell my house at Iron Horse Golf Club and move out of the city of Leawood because I'm so disappointed that the staff has been able to manipulate and make this happen. And all I asked the city to do tonight was consider one simple thing. I'm going to give you $1,450,000 8 months earlier than I was at the last meeting. And think of how pivotal difference that would be. And now all you got to worry about is the reserve for the bonds you haven't issued yet. Commerce Trust will be holding that money. And the second you issue those bonds, they'll give you that money. I won't have it. Commerce Trust, who are pretty trustworthy people. That's why trust is in their name. Yet I couldn't get that item on the agenda because Scott didn't want it on the agenda. So I'm not going to look at any land. A broker calls me about land Leawood. I'm going to say I have zero interest if it's a penny an acre. So you guys, you know, I've given you my best developments. White Horse, Iron Horse development. I've given you 600 home sites. If any of you think they are crummy, I'd like you to let me know what you don't like about them. But I've given you the best of the best. Leawood Country Club sat vacant for, 15 years. Right now, it's got $28 million of tax value on it. And the senior federal judge lives there, the retired president of Rockhurst University. And I'm going to make sure they are well aware when I have my home association meeting with them on Wednesday night, how this all turned out. And I hope they all decide that they want to write their councilman about how their $4 million went bye-bye. So anyway, I thank you for the 25 years that I have developed here. I've never had a worse day than today, and I've never been disappointed in my elected officials and the waste of my tax dollars that I pay about $1,900 a month in taxes on my house, or what will soon be my old house. So thank you anyway.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Simpson. Ms.
Mayor?
Kane? Yes, Ms. Kane?
Yes. I cannot have this conversation end on that note. I need the residents to understand. I want the residents to understand. We have an extraordinary thoughtful process. We have the most thoughtful process that I can even begin to imagine. This project was turned down multiple times by the Planning Commission. It was turned down by us. It was turned down for valid reasons by our city attorney. We were encouraged by our bond counsel to deny this project for valid reasons. Our city manager, our city staff. This is not an arbitrary decision. This is not a quick, thoughtless decision. Mr. Simpson is exactly right. He has a long, great standing track record in the city of Leawood. We've not denied him before for very good reason. But this is different. And unfortunately, this is the end result. But there was valid reasons that it ended this way. It was not arbitrary. It was very thoughtfully decided, very painfully, unfortunately, and thoughtfully decided. And the residents and Mr. Simpson and staff and everybody else had every allowable due process before them to make their case and to change their mind. And like we said, it was dead once. I brought it up again, trying to give him another, and the residents thoughtful. process, and it just didn't happen. And I'm very sorry about that. I'm very sorry about that, but there are so many reasons again, and there's such limited valid information that's flying around there. And I'm sure that those individuals are going to get an earful, but I hope they also call me, because I'll also let them know what happened as far as our point of view and what actually happened and what actually went down.
All right,
Madam
thank
Mayor,
you,
I have
Ms.
one
Kane.
final thing to
No.
say.
No.
No.
I think he closed himself out. So.
Yeah, I think you're on mute, and I don't think there's consensus to have you speak again. We have a long agenda ahead of
It'll
us.
take 5 seconds.
No.
Well, I'm willing to listen to 5 seconds, but the clock is on. 5 seconds.
Okay, the last change we made, offering to put $1.45 million up 7 months early, was recommended by Gilmore and Bell to the city staff as being something that would greatly minimize any risk to the city. Specifically, I have an email in my hand from Gilmore and Bell
Okay,
saying,
all right.
this is a huge difference.
Thank you. We did see that email, too. You forwarded it to us, so thank you. All right, we go now to a consent agenda that has 8A through EE. And I would like to comment that on 8B, there is just an edit change in the minutes that has been put in front of you this evening for your packet, so I'm not pulling it, but I'm just making note of that. On 8L, again, I'm not pulling it. I am just stating thanks to Troon Goff and our Director of Parks and Rec for the additional review on that and the modification. On 8Y, I'm pulling that because 2 people have signed in to speak on it, and then I'm pulling,
Mayor, I think they are just here, Chris Carroll and Paul Snyder.
yes,
I think they are just here if somebody needs to pull it and have questions.
so they don't want to make comments?
They do not need to
All right,
make
then I won't pull it. And then 8CC, I would like to pull. And what else would anyone else like to pull? Ms. Kane?
8G, like girl.
All right, G. Anyone else pulling anything? If not, then I'd entertain a motion to approve the remaining pieces of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion from Ms. Larson, second from Ms. Kane. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Phila,
Aye.
Mr. Sipple,
Aye.
Mrs. Larson,
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison,
Aye.
Mrs. Kane,
Aye.
Mr. Rawlings,
Aye.
Mr. Ezeltine,
Aye.
Mr. Osmond.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. 8G is resolution approving authorizing mayor to execute a letter of understanding in the amount of $10,000 between the city and Johnson County Human Services pertaining to the 2021 Johnson County Utility Assistance Program. Ms. Kane.
Yes, very quickly, because I know time is wasted, but I just wanted to give a shout out to Johnson County and shout out to this utility assistant program. I've been board chair for 12 years of a similar kind of program, and sometimes the difference of the utility payment keeps somebody either housed and their lights on or back on the streets, unfortunately, even in Johnson County. Some people find that hard to believe, but we have lots of folks who need help. So thank you for all those involved in this. Thank you to the city of Leawood for the $10,000 we're contributing this year, and the very thoughtful, very necessary program. And with that, I move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion from Ms. Kane, second from Ms. Phila to approve. Is there any other? I concur with all your comments completely. Any other comments? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Rawlings,
Aye.
Mr. Ezeltine,
Aye.
Mr. Osmond,
Aye.
Mrs. Kane,
Aye.
Mr. Sipple,
Aye.
Mrs. Phila,
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison,
Aye.
Mrs. Larson.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's approved unanimously. I pulled 8CC because I wanted to recognize something in the Leawood Police Monthly Report, and that is Officers Ethan Caldwell and Christina Farquhar and Morgan Van Horn were in pursuit of an auto burglary suspect who decided to take flight in a creek. And it was rather cold that day, and Caldwell and Farquhar, am I saying that correctly, quickly jumped into the creek to assist in four auto burglaries that had just taken place in the Greenway Parks were quickly solved. I just think that's extraordinary and demonstration of, once again, our Leawood Police going above and beyond, and I just really wanted to congratulate them and applaud them, and hope you'll do that for us.
Thank you very much, and definitely not a common situation for us. Yeah, they did a great job that day, they really did. It was nice to get some people in custody.
Very, very nice. So thank you, and thank them.
I'll be sure to pass that on.
Thank you. With that, I would entertain a motion to approve the police department's monthly report.
So moved.
Motion from Ms.
Second.
Villa. I think it was second from Mr. Sipple. Any other discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Mrs. Phila,
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison,
Aye.
Mrs. Larson,
Aye.
Mr. Sipple,
Aye.
Mr. Osmond,
Aye.
Mrs. Kane,
Aye.
Mr. Rawlings,
Aye.
Mr. Azletine.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes our consent agenda, and going now to the mayor's report. First, I would like to offer our sincere sympathies to the family of Robert Perry, who passed away on December 11th. Robert was a 20-year employee in the Leawood Public Works Department until his retirement, and he leaves behind a wife and 2 sons and grandchildren. So our sympathies. The Leawood Chamber's annual meeting, as you all know, had to be virtual, like everything else, and the 2020 Hall of Fame awardee was the Barstow School. And I would just like to comment on one of the main reasons that they were nominated and approved for this award was the donation of the use of their new idea space for the Kansas National Guard. And I think the last time I reported on this, telling you about the meals that were being prepared there for those in need in Kansas, I think maybe I applauded them on 3 million meals. It turns out they prepared 8 million meals over the course of the few months they were there. So a wonderful choice for this award, and acceptance remarks were made by the Barstow president, Shane Foster. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our Human Resource Director, Nick Sanders, for once again organizing our Leawood United Way of Greater Kansas City fundraising campaign, and to all the participants. Total contributions for the city's 2021 campaign were $15,072.64. So, very good results. And then we have more congratulations in order. City Administrator Scott Lambers and I, back in September, met with a team leader, Chief Ken Horn, who was out here with a peer assessment team for about 4 days, meeting with our Leawood Fire Department on the reaccreditation of our fire department, which has to happen every 5 years. We had our initial accreditation 5 years ago in Atlanta, and this year it was virtual. And so we didn't have to go out of town, but Chief Colin Fitzgerald, his Deputy Chief Jarrett Hawley, his Division Chief of Operations Scott Gilmore were the primary leaders on this. And I had the pleasure, as did Scott Lambers, of being in the room when the motion to reaccredit was made so swiftly. I believe it happened that way when they got their first accreditation, but it's a real tribute to them, to the fine work they do, and the wonderful department, and the fact that we are internationally accredited and have ISO 1 rating. So, Insurance Services Office 1 rating, which very few have both. So congratulations to you, Chief Fitzgerald, and please pass it on to your great team. And thank you for your leadership. And then finally, I just want to say happy and healthy holidays to one and all. Hope you have a good one, and let's hope 2021 is a good year. That concludes my mayor's report. We have no council members' report this evening. We have no city administrator's report. We have no staff report. So we move now to committee recommendations. And this is from the Planning Commission. Ordinance approving Planning Commission's recommendation of denial of a rezoning from AG and SDO to RP2 and MXD, preliminary plan, preliminary plat for Cameron's Court, located south of 133rd Street and west of State Line Road. Mr. Lambers, you look like you're ready to make some comments.
The ones we discussed. We've received a number of communications from the citizens, some of them referencing that this item has already been before the city council and denied. At first, I thought about correcting it, but then I figured, you know, I didn't, and I probably should have. In any event, the correct events that took place were after the Planning Commission recommendation came to the City Council. The applicant indicated that they had several changes that they wanted to make to the application, and they asked for then the application to be remanded back to the Planning Commission. So this item has not been heard by the City Council. There's been no formal action by the City Council. I just want to make that clear as we go through this, that the residents, and I know the applicant understands it, but the residents need to understand that this is the first time that you have formally had this application before you.
There were several citizens who said, how many times does this have to be denied? You're right. So the Planning Commission did recommend denial, but the first plan was different that they denied. And changes were made, and then the second plan denied. And they're a recommending body to us. So thank you for that clarification. And are we going to hear from the applicant first, is our typical procedure, and then we'll have staff comments and questions, but then we also hear from citizens, and I know that there are a number who have signed up to speak this evening. So we will see how far we get this evening. So if the applicant can introduce yourself, please, for the record.
Wait, plug it, just on the back side of the phone.
I'm not hearing
I'm good.
anything.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can. Yes.
Wonderful. Madam Mayor, I really appreciate you hearing me. As you know, I'm Rick Odo, President of Odo Development, and I have been, our address is 15200 West 105th Terrace, Lenexa, Kansas. I have before you a plan that, yes, it was denied at Planning Commission, but it was denied not because it didn't meet LDO or there wasn't appropriate. It was denied because it didn't meet the strict adherence to the comp plan. And a lot of the issues are that the comp plan is in, is opposed to the LDO, so it's very, very difficult. I want to start with that I have been a resident of Leawood since I was 14 years old. So I've been in Leawood for over 40 years. When I first started looking at this plan, I saw, okay, wow, the LDO allows for all this density, allows for all this. On the other hand, I also heard that about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, someone else put a plan before you that was high density, and the neighbors didn't like it at all because it was what they said was too dense. Why can't you give us something more like the direct quote I heard was, why can't you give us something more like Villa Milano? I go, wow, I know who can build Villa Milano, me. And I'd love to present a community like that. So I started that with in mind. If you can we share our screen with you all so we can present our plan?
I believe that's possible. I mean, if Mr. Kurz
Right.
can help, if needed.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna put it on a. There you go. Okay. So, anyway, once again, this is Cameron's Court. It's an approximately $350 to $400 million community that is a horizontal mixed use that does meet the LDO, and we don't ask for any deviations or extra bonus densities. This is the area in blue, as you see here, is the corridor area from State Line out to Knoll. And the area, and I drive it, you drive it, somebody here drive a pointer here. So, go back one, please. So the area from State Line to Pawnee that we're seeing there highlighted in the white dots is the proposed Cameron's Court minus the 20 acres in the middle where the church is. What we're asking for is this to be zoned MXD, except for about 15 acres there where we have RP2. So we give a little bit more protection to the neighbors to the north, so they know that it'll always be single family and it won't be MXD or large buildings that can go in MXD zoning. Similar to what you did to the south side of the street to protect at 137th Street, similar to what you did to protect the people on the south side. Go ahead. So we had I had dozens and dozens of meetings, and at the Interact meetings, heard a lot of consistent things that the people wanted. Number one was low density. Keep the density along 133rd as low as possible. We've done that. Next. The other thing that was asked for was to limit traffic access points along 133rd. Did that. They did not want high drive connecting straight through from 135th Street through to the neighborhood in Wilshire to the north, so that kids can just shoot through the neighborhood on over to Missions, what they said. So they wanted to limit that by having it zigzag. It would slow traffic down and discourage people going through their neighborhood. Yes. The other thing they asked for is to not have development over by their single family homes. They wanted it all pushed to State Line. Get it over there. We agree. Next. And they also asked for a lot of open spaces to develop the preservation of the natural features, mainly the trees on both sides of the church. Next. It was our understanding that the neighborhood did not want a high density plan with lots of streets dictated by the 135th Street corridor plan. They wanted to limit the amount of traffic from 135th Street to 133rd. Next. And the 135th Street community plan, based on what I heard, kind of goes against what the neighbors want. Fewer connections and lower density. So I was in a delicate situation here where, do I do a high density plan? As a developer, I like that idea. With the MXD, you can put a lot more on here, or do a plan that's really going to fit in with the neighborhood a lot better. And after listening to the people, even though they said they liked the idea of a corridor plan or high density, an MXD plan, really what they were describing was a low density plan like this. So what I gave them is what I think is best for them. And I'm saying that as someone who lives in Leawood, who I firmly believe this plan will really blend in nicely with the neighborhood. I'm gonna explain why as we go through. The number one concern, like I said, was offset High Drive. As you can see, we offset it by about 250 feet. Okay. Number two, they want to limit the entrances to the commercial site at Kenneth. So we only have one entrance off of 133rd. They're worried about too much traffic if we had, because originally we had 3. So we only have the one entrance. The other entrance on 133rd is a right in, right out that we have to have for fire exits. Number 3, they also did not want Kenneth Road to be straight through because they're worried about the traffic shooting from 135th Street straight through to 133rd. Plus, they're worried about destroying the trees. So we bent the road. As you can see, you come in either north or south on Kenneth Road, and you go through, if you can circle that, the internal streets around to go north of the street. It does keep as much traffic flowing straight through north to south there so that it limits the 133rd it doesn't have as much traffic. This is what the neighbors wanted. We obliged. Once again, keeping the trees are on both sides of the church. We did that. You can see on both the east, west. Oh, also along 133rd, if you go up here, we got all these trees there that was asked to preserve those, so we should preserve those. And everybody keeps asking to direct as much traffic away from 133rd, which I know goes against the corridor plan, but like I said, I was at a situation where I can either meet the corridor plan or try to do what the residents wanted. So I did more what the residents wanted, and there's less traffic to 133rd. We minimize the density as much as possible. We designed the absolute minimum amount that is allowed by the MXZ zoning. Yes, we could put double or triple on based on MXZ zoning, but we went with the absolute minimum to minimize it. Keep the commercial retail along the state line with the lease density. So at the north end of the property where the retail is and commercial property, those are all one-story buildings. As you start getting to the middle, they start getting a little taller, and you have the 3- and 4-story buildings from the middle south. So the other thing that came up with is number 8. People asked for a little bit more hiking, biking trails. So we added this, we saw that green space from Kenneth Road where we come in and you either turn left or right there, and put a bike trail. So we have an 8-foot bike trail meandering through the trees. I think it would be a beautiful addition to the community. We've designed a plan that we believe meets the master plan, the 135th Street corridor, with the needed housing, and will bring a lot of additional property taxes to the site. Proposes a graduated density. As we knew that we were going to have high density along 135th Street. So what can we do on 133rd Street to minimize our impact? Well, what could be less impact than single-family homes? So that's what we have. Single-family home is a buffer. And then as you move south, you get a little bit more dense, big house type homes. As you go east, you get into a little bit more dense apartments, then you get into commercial. We believe, because we only have the one straight through street at High Drive, and then the emergency exit right where the pointer is, and the other 2 are for that, we have a better pedestrian experience over a grid system. If you have a grid system, you can kind of see, this is the proposed plan that we've superimposed
135th Street
from the 135th Street Community Plan. This would be all the streets cutting through. Every time you have a street cutting through, you've got why don't you say it? You say it better than I do.
There's 9 incidents of traffic, and also a combination of pedestrian accidents and also bicycle besides vehicular.
So let the record show that was Henry Clover?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So we felt by limiting the number of streets, we actually improved the pedestrian and bike experience along 133rd. Every time a pedestrian has to cross a street or a biker has to cross a street, it's an issue. And as you can see from the grid system superimposed here, you can imagine how many issues you would have with that. So, and then if it's coming from 135th Street, it makes it even more versus having just cul-de-sac type in-outs of the single family homes. So we really try to minimize our impact. I do want to remind everybody that, of course, we will produce a lot of tax dollars. I'll show you about that a little bit later. This area has sat empty for about 20 years. And the plan before you, I believe, is very viable, and we can start development immediately. The plan does meet the LDO, the spirit and intent of the MXD, without asking for any deviations or increased bonus density. And we place the retail and commercial where it's more appropriate across the street from heavy retail like the Lowe's and Walmart store and McDonald's and all that. And this plan is very market driven. This is I'm going to show you some of the stuff we did since the remand, which is really a great thing. One, you can see the bike trail was added in here. The number one thing we did, because the traffic over off of 135th Street, crossing 3 lanes of traffic, the traffic plan said this is not going to be an ideal situation. You're crossing 3 lanes plus a decel or acceleration lane. However, it's not enough to cause for a light. You already have one at State Line, you've got one at Kenneth, you've got one at High Drive. They weren't going to need one at Chadwick, but crossing 3 to 4 lanes was not going to be safe, either coming out or going into that. So the traffic report recommended that we move our entrance to remove that one, and we moved our clubhouse over to High Drive. It improved the quality of traffic flow on 135th Street. It does not affect 133rd at all. And we're able to preserve the trees. There's a large natural tree grove right there, and we're able to preserve it because of that. The other thing I want to show here is the unit count that we have. We're asking for 662 units on 103 acres. That's minus the RP2, I believe about 15 acres there. With that, we're at 4.2 units the acre. If the whole thing was zoned, I'm sorry, I'm getting dyslexic and a little late here. It's 6.42 units the acre. Very low density. If we go with the true MXD and the LDO, well, the LDO allows us to go to 15 units the acre. We could put 1,500 to 1,800 units on here. We'd have to remove the RP2 and you put all the grid system in, and that's what you end up with. We believe having the 6.42 units, only 662 units is far better plan. This is a very low density plan. And with the single family as a buffer, it is a phenomenal way to transition from north to south and west to east. Next. The other items that we did on the since the remand was we added a lot of parks. You can see all the areas where the red boxes are, the green that we added. These are all public parks available to anybody and everybody. We're at 9.4 acres of parks. Keep in mind, Geezer Park down the street is about 10 acres, and a third of that's parking lot. So we're adding a lot of green space for the neighbors. We will also have some public amenities for our own for the apartment communities that are being turned. The other suggestion that Planning Commission suggested was bending the street inside the RP2 to give it a little bit more character. We love that idea, so we incorporated it. Once again, we added more sidewalks, bike trails, and you can see all the blue lines are all the public sidewalks. We added a lot of them. We also added street crossings down here on High Drive and some more down below that. And over there, the dark maroon colors, brown almost, is the sidewalks that will be internal to the community. But we have you can see a lot of blue lines out there for a lot of sidewalks, biking trails, the nodes and parks. I'm going to bring out 2 of them. One is the one right there in the RP2. That area happens to be another large area with all trees. So we reserved that one lot, instead of selling it as a lot, we decided to make that a park. You can get to it from 133rd or from the interior street there. We'll put some parking benches there. I think it'd be a very nice amenity for everybody. We also have at the top of the apartments here, just east of High Drive, yeah, right there, is another public node, public seating area, looking down the ponds and that streamway, which would be very nice. Next. This happens to be the view from 133rd looking south behind the buildings, looking down the ponds and that streamway that we've got. However, I do want to, if we had the grid system there, there'd actually be a street right through here instead of all this open green space. And we really are trying our best to have a lot of green space, as you can tell. As always, we usually get the same 3 or 4 concerns from the neighbors, and I think they need to be addressed. One's traffic. We did, as you know, a traffic study. The traffic study showed that we will still be able to maintain the same levels now after this is built as you have now. So there's very little impact on it, and your own staff will agree with that. Property values. We know that a quality development improves values. It's the uncertainty of a vacant lot that retards the property values. We know that when we built Villa Milano over at 137th and Mission Road, people said the same thing. They have $1 million plus homes adjacent to our apartment community there. And as we know, those home values continue to skyrocket up just like the rest of Leawood's homes. It had no effect on them. And these are going to be separated by a street, and most of them be separated by 2 rows of single family homes. So it won't affect the property value. So actually probably take away the unknown and help them. There is no crime. The only crime that there is right now is it is a vacant lot, and we know that some stuff has happened there in the past by having a developed lot. It won't have anymore. And a gated community always deters crime. So we'd like to be able to do that. The overloading of schools. We, in a high-end apartment community like we are going to have, obviously the retail commercial won't have anything on the school district. We will have 54 single-family homes. Yeah, you could have some kids out of that. No one seems to mind that. But they're worried about, well, what impact will the apartments have? So I'm going to talk about that part of it. Because of the apartments that we're having, they are very high-end. We're talking about 1 bedroom starting at $1,500, 2 bedrooms starting at $2,000, and we've got penthouses going up to $3,000, $3,300 a month. Very, very high-end. These don't draw a lot of kids. The only kids that we have at our other community, most of them are all in the duplexes there, 3-bedroom duplexes. We won't have any 3 bedrooms, or at least any 3-bedroom duplexes on this community. So we don't see a high impact on the schools. As a matter of fact, I got a letter from the school district, and if you don't mind, I'm going to read it to you. And it says that I can say that the short answer is that Mission Trails is not near capacity, because a lot of people keep thinking it is. They say that Mission Trails is not near capacity. The potential for this development is the reason why. Mission Trails is between 75 and 80% utilization this year. We are constantly monitoring new development proposals and using that knowledge to inform enrollment projections. The potential for development in 135th Street Community Plan area has been on our radar for quite some time, as the plan has been in place for at least 7 years or so. The additional capacity at Mission Trails is designed to be prepared for that growth when it comes. So I specifically went to Blue Valley Schools. I talked to them, and they said that they agreed with our numbers, that we would have between 8 and 20 kids in this number of apartment complexes. They were expecting more apartments here, and so that they know that only 662 and the 54 homes, they'll be able to handle it. If it's 20 kids, that's 1.5 kids per grade. They know they have the capacity to handle that type of growth. Even if they're off, they could easily handle double, triple that amount. So there isn't an issue with capacity. I hope I have everyone's attention here. I know it's been a late night, so hope we'll get through all this here. We do have a variety of types of single-family homes and 2 different types of apartments that are very necessary. As I said before, the single-family homes are going to be $750,000 to $800,000. These homes are very nice for the neighborhood, but there are very, very few homes, new homes being built in Leawood that are under $1 million. I have been contacted by so many different realtors, all asking to be able to represent it because they know that this will be sold out immediately. That's knowing that's going to be built right in the middle of the apartments. And if it's not bothering all these new people coming in with high-priced homes, and even though it's reasonably priced for Leawood, $750,000 to $800,000, they know it won't affect them. It's not going to affect anybody else. We did deliberately design this to be similar to Villa Milano. Here's a picture of Villa Milano. Here's another community similar to it. And these are the big house designs, made to look like homes. They've got stucco, stone, some metal roofs to break it up a little bit, but they're designed to look like homes and reflect the design of homes. Same with the pictures of the roof and other elements. Their 2 main entrances are going to be on Pawnee on the west, and on the east, the main entrance for it will be where the clubhouse is off of High Drive. Next. These are some better pictures of how they look. I think they're very beautiful. We've won a lot of awards for our design and the new looks that we're building. We've won, by the way, Villa Milano won Best Landscaping of the Year a few years ago, Best Clubhouse. We won a lot of awards for our apartments. And I will say that I've won Best Owner of the Year 9 of the last 10 years here in Kansas City. And the reason is that we give a high quality product, we take care of our tenants, we have high retention, and believe it or not, they really are the type of residents that you're going to want. And I think people have learned to see that the type of residents we have at Villa Milano are the type of residents that Leawood does want. Our average age is over 55 years old. Our average income is over $124,000. And there are no issues over there, but it's a very nice development. And I want to produce more of these. Next. The easterly apartment community, we had a little bit smaller area to work with. And what we tried doing, the number one thing I want to say is since the remand, we were able to meet the LDO and satisfy the fire marshal. We worked together with them, very easy to come up with a plan to open up the area so they can cut through here, have the fire trucks go through there and fight a fire should that ever be necessary. We are all in favor of working with them on that, and that was the concern on that. The other thing we did is along 133rd, we do have 2 buildings. And we put instead of running them long ways to 133rd, we put the smallest cross section possible so we have the least amount of impact on that. We start there, those are 3-story buildings with some walkouts. As you go down to 135th Street, you get up to 5 stories, which is similar size to what you have across the street on the south side at 5 stories. Are they 5 over garages?
Yes, they are.
Oh,
Yes,
5 over garages, so they're even taller across the street.
the garages are very.
Okay, oh, so they're the same size then?
Yes.
Sorry, so there'll be 5, same size across the street. But what we have on 133rd, let's go to the next picture. This is what we have. This is what you'll see from 133rd looking at those. Now this is only 37 feet tall. And people go, 37 feet? The average house, by the way, is, make sure I say this right, is to the north, in the single-family community in Wilshire, and over there, is 35 feet to the middle, to the mid-slope of the building. So, of the house. Now that's where the middle of the slope, the peak of the house is. By the time you finish that slope up, you're going to be 42, 43 feet. We're only 37 feet. So the homes across the street are actually taller than what we have here. And we really can't go much smaller than less than a single family house. And that's what we have here. You can also see the courtyard, how it's going to look in here. You can see that we have a variety of stone, stucco, there's brick and wood trim here. The garages we faced with stucco over there, with stone, and you can see a little cut through there. This very walkable this is a very needed product in the neighborhood. Here we go, there's an aerial looking back at it.
From High Drive.
Yeah, from High Drive. This, once again, is that view looking down 133rd, looking south, in the backyards of these. We have a very nice corridor down there. We've got 2 ponds. It'd be walking trail. If you can point out over here in the thing, you can kind of see the walking trail all the way around that pond. Go ahead, next. So, taxes. We will generate a lot of taxes from this property. On a $350 to $400 million community here when complete, the county is going to get $6.7 million. The city's cut of that will be about $800,000. And the only thing the city will be responsible for is High Drive and the one street in the RP2. Everything else is, everything else is going to be private drives. So did I say that right? Not private streets, but private drives.
Yes.
Private drives. So we will maintain snow removal, potholes, and the streets there. You only have 2. It won't cost $800,000 a year to maintain those 2 streets. The school district will get almost $3.5 million for 8 to 20 kids. They want this. Because it's a real profit center for them. And once it gets approved, we'll start spending millions in impact fees, building permits, excise taxes, and road improvements. We will truly spend millions of dollars right up front to Leawood. I'm going to turn it over.
Henry Clover here. Wanted to talk about the commercial section. The commercial section, as we worked through with the neighborhood, we did leave a significant growth of existing trees and agreed to leave a lot of the buffers as well as create the path through to the existing. And again, this property transitions as well because obviously we've left it green. We put the single level buildings going to the commercial, the 3 stories in the center going to the hotels, and the taller buildings all the way to the south. It is very common for us to try and put density where it's most allocated. The Kenneth Road was another discussion that didn't go through, and this shows you a little better image of the pathway that goes through it, keeping the existing trees and providing the hiking and bike trail through. All the parking is internal. The buildings around the perimeter screen it, as well as the parking is surrounded by the complexes around it to take the parking and shield it as much as possible. We are requesting a C-store, which we think is needed. And we do understand that that would require a special use permit as it goes forward, if approved. The main focus is on the corporate campus as you come in, and the parkway and the plaza area in between. The architectural throughout will be very similar, as you might notice from the design of the taller apartments. We've decided to create a more contemporary look, creating with strong bases, elements, portals and frames, and strong roof caps with similar material and palette that will go throughout. Again, we want a base, a middle, and a cap, as well as entrance framing elements. This kind of shows you the hierarchy. I mean, staff had concern about the transects and transitioning. We've gone from the least dense residential to the more dense residential to the more increased density residential to the commercial. You can see across the top the transition from the single homes to the big home, the more contemporary apartments, and then the even more contemporary office buildings. And this is the design and style that we intend. But this plan also shows you what in my world we refer to as a dog bone. The big streets, the only ones that have any traffic issues even remotely are the state line and the Mission. And that tends to be where you put your mass of your retail and your mass of your retail. Across the street is the retail on the Missouri side where all the big boxes are. So anybody that knows anything about retail, it's location, location, location. These lots will be desired, as well as the lots along Mission. The property's a mile long. From Pawnee to state line is roughly close to a mile. And it's also bifurcated by a church property that's right in the middle, which makes it really difficult in terms of connectivity for the commercial to continue through. Even the 135th Street Community Plan, as well as I think Bob Renell will talk about it. There has not been a need or desire, even it's listed in your report that came out in the community plan, that most of the needs or services are taken care of. There would be some, and obviously we're very hopeful that those can happen, but we have designed this as a horizontal mixed use as opposed to a vertical mixed use for reasons that will be discussed later. This is obviously the copy of your diagram that's in there, shows where the property is located. The density, as you see here, requests that it transitions down and around the corner, which is what we tried to do to comply with the community plan. And it does not take in consideration that there's a church here, that other people own the property. And it also didn't take in consideration, for example, that there's a main tree grove here and main tree groves here, and Kenneth Road would have taken it out as well. We have shown kind of the overlay, which Rick showed you previously. In this proposal, there are 9 connections and through straights to 133rd Street. In our proposal, there's only 1 connected through street. There are other access points from the smaller residential and from the commercial, but we've purposely bent it through. The other thing from the 135th Street Community Plan is they wanted nodes. We think there are nodes for other purposes, but in that particular case, it was that each one of these nodes would have restaurants and street activity, and they're internally there's 42, and if you consider 133rd and 105th Street, there's 82 nodes. And as you'll see from a little bit from the market study that the Rainiers did, as well as even your own references in the 130th Community Plan, there's not enough density for that. This would work in Reston, Virginia, or someplace that has massive amount of density, but to do those kind of nodes, we would consider to be a ghost town. So that was part of the reason we went the other way. The other thing that needs to be considered is your LDO. All of these roads would have to be private streets or private drives, as you refer to them, because the LDO has not ever been codified to create the types of streets that they want. The neighborhood streets, the intermediate streets, and the commercial streets. You don't allow parking, you don't have the widths. So the creation of the nodes that are wanted, these would have to be private streets to do it. The public nodes and the overlook, the biggest thing that's always been said is a sense of place, and just creating nodes in a grid and hoping that there's a restaurant on every corner doesn't create a sense of place. A sense of place is a feeling and emotion that is belonging and people wanting to be there. And we've always looked at this rendering and said, this is a sense of place and I would want to be here. And that was really important to us in going through the project. At this point, I also want to point out that I have been personally involved with a lot of projects through the 135th Street corridor. And the list of them are long. Cornerstone was one of my first projects in the city of Leawood. Started out very successful and then it failed and it's not completed today. The State Line Retail, which is the old airport site, we originally tried to put all the big boxes there that are on the Missouri side. That was not approved. Cornerstone of Mission Corner was approved. We actually did a set of CDs for a couple of the buildings and that failed. Blue Valley Promenade was actually a very large project that tried to tie all this property together and put in a very grand proposal that went out to market and was not ever accepted. Westside Admission was when we tried to put the Mercedes dealership in 2007, and the residents decided that there was going to be too much traffic, and it was rejected. Village of Seville has been built, but the neighbors have brought it up and saying it's not full. Bellagio, we tried to put the Hy-Vee on, and that was not accepted. Leawood Marketplace is a tough site. Numerous things, and currently we are involved with 135th and Mission and Cameron's Court. And a lot of the point here is we've got close to 20 years of working in this corridor and there's not been a lot that's been completed. And that's just for historical. Now I'd like to turn it over to Curtis to talk about the golden rule and the deal with the stipulations.
Good evening, thank you. Curtis Holland with the Polson Law Firm. Appreciate you all listening to our presentation and seeing this plan for the first time. I know you've had a long evening. So I'm not going to try to go through this in a great amount of detail. I know there's others that would like to speak as well, but I do want to talk about a couple of points in terms of the so-called golden rules or criteria. Those the criteria the city's used or has adopted to evaluate rezoning applications, and so I'd like to focus in on number 4. I mean, we can go through all of them, but I think just to kind of make this quicker or go quicker. Number 4, the time for which the property has been vacant. I mean, obviously nothing's there now today. At one time there were some outbuildings on the property and some homes, but by and large the property that we're talking about has been undeveloped for decades. I know that you just saw the prior slide, which detailed sort of the historical development that's been attempted, not just on this property, but on surrounding properties. But the land out in this area has been underdeveloped, if you will, especially when you compare to Overland Park and to Kansas City, Missouri. And maybe that's not what the city wants here, but it is pretty clear that nothing's been developed on this land for many, many, many years. And so I think that needs to be taken into consideration. And for the Rainier family, I know Bob's would like to speak later, and he'll speak more to that. And then I'd like to focus on the next criteria, number 6 here, the relative gain to the public health, safety, and welfare by the destruction of the value of the plaintiff's properties compared to the hardship imposed upon the individual landowner. This is really that so-called balancing test where the community is looking at the impacts caused by this project as compared, or leaving it undeveloped, if you will, compared to the hardship imposed upon the individual landowner to develop the property as we're presenting to you tonight. And we think, especially after having talked to, and Mr. Hodo went over that in some detail, the many meetings he's had with the residents in the area, that we think this is a very appropriate plan, and that there would be gain to the public health and safety and welfare by approving this plan. And it would be a very big hardship on the Rainier family, as well as the other property owners in that corridor. If a plan like this, which is consistent with the area and is desired by the residents, that if this was to be denied. So I'd like to move on to the next slide, please. There are a lot of stipulations, and I think there's 51 or 2 stipulations. Yeah, and so obviously we got these, we first got these stipulations before the Planning Commission, and we prepared a response, if you will, to all of the stipulations that were as part of the Planning Commission packet back in November. And that was submitted to the city, and I think you may have it in your packet. I recently, we got this report rather, late Friday, and so late today, I submitted a revised, if you will, response to these stipulations that mirrors the stipulations that are presented to you, and they're by and large the same. The numbering is off just a little bit because your numbering changed between the Planning Commission stipulations and the council stipulations. And as Rick said, we've met with the city, met with the residents, and we've really tried to work through a lot of the stipulations and concerns that were raised. There's still obviously a few that we don't see eye to eye on with staff. And I don't want to talk about all of them in detail. I could probably quickly tell you that in items 2, 3, 8, 9, and 10, those all have to do with whether or not the plan that's being presented is consistent with the 135th Street Community Plan. And admittedly, it's not perfectly aligned with that plan. We're proposing a horizontal mixed use and not a vertical mixed use. But all of those stipulations relate to whether or not we comply with the 135th Street Community Plan. For many reasons, which we've stated already, we don't think that the adherence to the 135th Street Community Plan is the best approach to this development. It hasn't really worked in this corridor, as has been indicated by Henry Clover in terms of his historical work in the corridor. And as you know, many of those projects, which started off with high hopes, have failed. And so we're trying to, in some cases, and there was an earlier application you heard tonight, trying to resurrect a project that had not gone as wished. So we don't believe that strict adherence to the 135th Street Community Plan is appropriate. And that's what all those stipulations that I just mentioned, 2, 3, 8, 9, and 10 are really about. And so I don't want to belabor those. I do want to talk about stipulation number 4. There's 2 points. There's a 2 or 3 page public works memo that's attached to the staff report. And this stipulation here would request that we comply with everything in the report. And we do, for the most part, agree with most everything in there. But there was a couple of points in there that we don't agree with. And so the first one here, and I'm going to speak about that a little bit, is the widening of 133rd Street for bike lanes. I would tell you, we've been at this for 6 or 8 months now with the planning staff. And this particular stipulation came up right before the Planning Commission report in November. We hadn't seen it before, but essentially what it's suggesting is that we actually restripe 133rd Street in a couple of locations and create a center turn lane, dual left lane turns, you know, in essence creating 3 lanes for 133rd Street, and to account for the, and basically to widen 133rd Street to add additional bike lanes. And what's going on here is along 133rd Street, there are bike lanes on the north side of 133rd Street and on the south side of 133rd Street. And if you drive up and down the road, you'll see all those bike lanes. They're there today. They were put in and striped by the city. But in a couple instances where there are intersections or access points along 133rd Street, in particular the left turn locations, the bike lanes that are striped on the road don't go all the way through the intersection. There's not a painted bike lane that goes through the intersection wherever there's an intersection and 133rd Street. But for all other locations along 133rd Street, there are striped bike lanes. Anyway, that came upon us really recently, and we're really opposed to it. One, we don't think that it's necessary because there are already bike lanes that are striped in 133rd Street. Also, if you actually, I know you have, but there's a 10-foot bike hike trail already in existence on the north side of 133rd Street. So it's not within the street, but next to the street, there's a 10-foot bike hike trail. So there's already plenty of opportunity for bikes to use or to travel up and down 133rd Street. In addition, the cost to do this is really, it's a lot more expensive than you might think, and that's partly because there are storm inlets along the south side of 133rd Street. So we can't just widen the road without also making significant modifications to the storm sewer inlets. There's also utility lines in there that we would have to account for. So it's extremely expensive. We don't think really that there's been any established need for bike lanes, additional bike lanes, and there's no need or impact being caused by this development that would warrant additional bike lanes to be in that area. And in fact, I don't think there's any city policy or ordinance that dictates that there be bike lanes. And it's just like this came out of the blue on us. I know that in your report tonight, there's a paragraph at the beginning that says that there's a bike hike committee recommendation for the bike lanes. But I mean, again, we don't think that it's appropriate to impose that on this development. It's not warranted in our opinion. I'll go to the second point here, the widening of 135th Street. There's a point in the Public Works memo that suggests that we widen or add a third lane, a westbound lane from State Line west to Pawnee to I guess to accommodate additional traffic. Now, clearly 135th Street rather, has a lot of traffic on it. And over the years, there's going to be more traffic. And but our traffic impact study doesn't indicate that all this traffic's going to be coming from our development. Now, I'm not saying that we're not going to add traffic to the development, or to the area rather. We clearly will. And the traffic impact study actually indicates that if there's any widening that's needed, it wouldn't happen until or with the commercial development that's along state line. So for any of the residential development that's which Mr. Odo went over, the single family development, those multifamily projects, there's no need to widen 135th Street with that development. But in time and with the commercial development at state line, yes, maybe some widening. And so there's this requirement that we widen 135th Street with the development of that commercial area. The same stipulation, if you will, from the Public Works memo suggests that we also add a third lane that goes eastbound. We understand that that's a requirement of the development to the south, the Lashbrook Regents Place development, but it's in our Public Works memo report. It does say that that's to be done by others, so I'm not sure why it's in there, but it does say that. In addition to our, with our challenge to widen the cost of widening 133rd Street, we also have an impact fee or the 135th Street community or corridor plan fee that has to be paid as well. So, and that, as you'll see, item stipulation number 20D speaks to the 135th Street corridor impact fee. So in our world, it doesn't seem fair for us to have to pay both the fee and also put in the road, because I believe that the point of the fee is to pay for these kinds of improvements. So, the stipulation here would have us both put in the road, widen the road, as well as pay an impact fee, and we just don't think that's fair to us, and don't know that there's been any impact study or nexus establishing the need for us to put in the road, but we shouldn't have to do both at a minimum. And if we go back to one page, go back where we were. Number 6 there, just kind of wrap this up if I can quickly. Number 6 talks about removing the RP2 zoning. I think what we wanted to do for the residents' sake was to make sure that they knew that the RP2 area would always be zoned for single family. And if you zoned it all MXD, which clearly would also allow for this kind of residential development, it doesn't remove the potential down the road that it could become higher density residential in the future. And so this was a way for us to promise to the residents in the area that we would always remain single family. And so we'd actually like to keep the RP2 area and not remove it. Number 7 is remove all gates and fencing. There is no UDO requirement to not allow for gates and fencing. I know that there are gates shown for entrances into the multifamily communities, and that's for security reasons. Our residents that live in these communities are like to have the gates. They feel more secure behind gates, and we would actually like to have gates if we can. And fencing as well is also allowed in the city, and there's fencing in lots of residential communities, and we would like to keep fencing as part of our plan. And then if we could go to the next page. We talked about 20D already, and then I guess there's a duplicate stipulation. Number 38 is duplicate of number 37, so I think we should just get rid of it. And then the next stipulation is 45, and I talked with Patty Bennett earlier this evening. There's a obviously, when we do a development like this, we're going to have an association, a homes association or a business association that will maintain the common areas. And that's pretty common and typical in development and specifically in Leawood, and we agreed to that. The language that I was objecting to is highlighted at the bottom, and that is that it indicates that each of the potential or each of the owners of the properties would be jointly and severally liable for the common areas. And I didn't like that language. This is some legalese, but I objected to it on that point, that we didn't want to have individual lot owners potentially be solely responsible, because that's jointly and severally that's what that could mean. They could be held wholly responsible for the common area maintenance. And so we didn't like that language. The rest of that paragraph is fine. And with that, I am done and would turn it over to Bob Renier.
Or Fred.
Or Fred, yeah, Fred Logan, or Bob Renier.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Bob Renier. I live at 3400 West 119th Street, Leawood, Kansas, 66209. I want to thank you for the opportunity of making comments tonight. I have been a Leawood resident since 1976, approximately 45 years. And my family has owned the property, most of the property that we're talking about tonight, for over 30 years. Over that 30-year period of time, there have been a number of people that have expressed interest in developing the property, and those people have talked with the planning staff at the city, and for a number of reasons, several went to a contract and came in front of the city in a more formal manner. A lot of them were discouraged before they could ever get to the point of actually putting together plans. I mean, it's a significant cost to go through Mr. Odos has spent a lot of money putting together all the plans and all the things in order to meet all the requirements from the city of Leawood, and we just have not been able to get to that point. Having been frustrated in this process over that number of years, in June of 2019, we decided to engage the Robert Charles Lesser firm, which is a internationally renowned consulting firm that has been involved mostly with mixed-use developments. So they have a very strong understanding of mixed use, and we asked them to do a feasibility study. To my knowledge, this is the only feasibility study that has ever been done on this property. It was a plan put together, but it was not a plan that discussed feasibility or practicality of construction or development. And I have provided a copy of this plan to all of the city staff and to all planning and staff, or planning commissioners and council members. So and as you can see, this is done in June of 2019, which is it's about 18 months ago. And there are a bunch of things. If you go to the next page, I'm going to kind of cut out a lot of what I was going to talk about. And I just want to concentrate on one paragraph, or actually two paragraphs, and it's not the one that's circled. It's the one on the right side of the page. And that's the only paragraph I'm going to read, that top paragraph on the top right-hand side. And I want to read that verbatim to you so that you can, this is in their executive summary, and it says, to the extent that there's a mid or long-term market opportunity for some limited retail development at the subject property, this should be oriented to the eastern edge of the site with direct access and visibility from State Line Road. Conceptual zoning plans like those contemplated in the 135th Street corridor plan that call for vertically mixed-use development and or higher density residential and or commercial uses are not supportable in the overall Leawood marketplace, nor at the subject property in the near, midterm, or even the long term. So, I mean, it's fairly clear. And then that second paragraph on the right-hand side of that page kind of gives you the background of why he doesn't believe that is the case. And then I'm not going to go through any more of the others, but they're on page 60. They're talking about and go to the next one. This is really, I think, very interesting. You can see this report was done in June of 2019. Mr. Odo's contract with me, our proposed contract was dated the end of 2019. So what he ended up coming to me independently and proposing to do exactly what the feasibility study said was feasible and that could be built at this point in time, with low to medium density residential on the on the western end of the project, and then and actually they proposed medium density residential and retail on the state line, and what we have done is have put all of the retail, commercial, and hospitality on that property. So the report goes into great detail of how there's just very little feasibility for mixed use and or commercial, particularly commercial offices. There's very little feasibility for commercial office, which is an element of mixed use. And retail, they feel very strongly needs to be, in a place where it has access to state line. The last comment I want to make before I turn it over to Fred, anecdotally, I've heard that some members of the council, and in fact, the City Planning Commission, has denied this application twice. The first time because it did not comply with the LDO, and that was the reason given for their denial. We went back Mr. Oda went back and reached compliance with the LDO. And the second time around, it was turned down because it did not comply with the 135th Street community plan. And I want to make sure everyone recognizes, and again, I'm just going to state the obvious here, it is the 135th Street plan is a conceptual plan and is not an ordinance of the city. So it's an idea, but it's not an ordinance. To my knowledge, I've never seen a feasibility study of whether or not what has been proposed on the 135th Street corridor plan is feasible to be constructed. And as Mr. Clover said, he's been involved in this corridor for 20 years, and you saw the results of that. It is there, and I've had several of the council people that are on the phone and are in person in this Zoom call tonight. They've approached me saying, "Why don't you do something with your property?" And the answer is, you can only do what is financially feasible. And I do believe, that the city, and by the way, this plan does, it meets all of the percentage requirements for the mixed use development. It doesn't put them in the same places. It's not vertical mixed use. It is horizontal mixed use, but the percentage numbers of retail, residential, commercial, and are all fit within the percentages of the 135th Street corridor plan. The council has the power to designate specific direction for zoning within the city, but I do believe it has an obligation to direct development that can be feasibly constructed. That is part of the reason why I undertook this feasibility study, because I believe that the 135th Street corridor plan, as if it's strictly interpreted the way that it's written, is not feasible. It doesn't not allow for this property to be developed as indicated in the study, in the short term, medium term, or long term. So, from that standpoint, I think from an equity standpoint, that is not equitable to the landowner, and frankly, the city of Leawood is missing out on significant revenue streams from taxation, for something that may end up being developed in the same fashion 10 years from now. So I just think there is an equity issue that really needs to be developed. It needs to be addressed by the council. So I will turn for the last final concluding comments over to Mr. Logan for his final comments.
Thank you. Mr. Renier?
Thank you. So I hope that, can you see me okay?
We can. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, I'm going to.
Okay.
My name is Fred Logan with the Logan and Watson Law Firm. Our address is 8340 Mission Road, Prairie Village, Kansas, and I am counsel for Mr. Renier. And what I want to do is I'm going to go back now and I want to focus from the Renier perspective on two elements of the golden rules that were discussed with you. I do not believe that it is too strong to say that Mr. Rainier and his family have lived the downside of the golden rules for some 45 years now. And so I want to explain what I mean by that. Let's talk about the one element of the golden rule, the time for which the property has been vacant. Let's go back to April 7, 1975, on a portion of this property when it was zoned planned office, and then carried forward later to the SDO now, the planned office. 45 years. Let's go back to February 3, 1975, on another portion of this property. And again, it had a B4 zoning at that time, carried forward to SDO, later planned office. So if you look at the golden rule criteria, you look at the time for which the property has been vacant, you can see that the present scheme over many years simply has served to deprive Rainiers with proper zoning opportunities, proper development opportunities. You could argue that the present scheme forces the land to be vacant. It forces the land to be vacant. So then I want to talk about the second element of the golden rules that I think has particular focus here on the Rainiers. And that is the relative gain to the public health and safety versus the demonstrated hardship on the landowner caused by the zoning, caused by unworkable zoning. I mean, an argument, I think, could be made that this is one of the clearest examples of hardship being imposed on landowners in Johnson County, because it's over a very, very long period of time. So we're dealing here with an issue of reasonableness as defined by Kansas case law. And I submit to the council that when it is demonstrated over a long period of time, the zoning deprives the owner of a reasonable opportunity to zone and develop the property, that's improper. It is in a way almost a city-enforced green space. It's not stated as such, but that's the end result. Mr. Rainier and his family, this study that he undertook, I think provides outstanding evidence to the council of what should be done here, and that this application is outstanding in Mr. Rainier's view, and it should be approved. And I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Logan.
Go back to the picture. Okay. Has the mean density. I'll go back to that's very good. Keep on. I'd like to finish up with. I would like to finish up with the conclusion here, if I can.
Okay.
Mayor? Mayor? Okay. No, not there.
Apologize.
Sorry about that. Confusion there. So this is the page I want to talk to. City Council, I'd like to just bring up a point here on this where it says low to medium density. By the standards of this study, low density means under 18 units an acre. Medium density means under 30 units to the acre. So keep in mind, our definition of what low and medium is very different sometimes than what the community might say. So I just want to bring up this point that it was saying that we should have something, under the 30 units in the acre type residential would fit in here. And I want to restate that I meet the LDO. We can go to that Department of Princess. Not that one, just the last one. Go about that. you. So I want to remind everybody that, like Mr. Renier said, I meet the LDO. I believe I meet the intent of the corridor plan. I don't have all these streets coming through because I really don't think that's what the neighbors want. I think all these, as you can see, some of them are going to take out the ponds. By the time you put all these streets in, you don't have a lot of green space here. This is why I like this plan. This is why I think that this plan is better for the neighborhood. And even though I didn't meet to the letter of the 135th Street comp plan, I definitely meant the intent. I have the minimum amount of retail and commercial allowed, but I meet all the numbers of the 135th Street corridor. The only reason why our plan wasn't approved at the Planning Commission was that they weren't comfortable in approving a plan that did not completely comply with the comp plan, even though the comp plan isn't consistent with the LDO. So keep that in mind. Your comp plan and the LDO don't match up. So that makes things difficult. You can't do both the way it's written right now. Go to the next page. Okay. So I do have an MXD plan that's market driven that the community can support. And what I mean by that is we will be able to fill what we've got here. We limited the amount of retail and commercial and the apartments and the single family. Development teams work really hard to show you a plan that significantly differs from what others have tried to bring, because the others, one, wasn't really financially feasible or marketable, and would have been too dense for the community. So I'm glad that we've got a plan here that's less dense. And because it's less dense, it'll maintain the integrity of the neighborhood. It disperses traffic away from the single family areas. Plan minimizes the impact on 133rd. We do have different residential products that are very needed. We've got single family homes under $1 million, new homes under $1 million, which don't currently exist that often. They're hard to come by. We've got apartments that are desperately needed. We'll bring also the residential will make the retail more viable. Without single family and apartments, it's not a viable retail community. Will produce millions in property taxes, I've showed you before. The plan does meet the LDO in the spirit and the intent of the MXD without requesting any deviations or bonus densities. And we're really able to start now. So what I'm asking you is for your approval, or I need your guidance or direction on how to improve the plan to get it approved now. Like we said before, we started this back in November. Been going on for almost a year now, trying to meet with staff and meet with everybody. I mean, otherwise, if it isn't approved now, unfortunately, I would have to come back with a plan that would end up, to meet the 135th Street corridor, it would double or triple the density. It would include the grid system. But unfortunately, when I put in the grid system, they'll have more streets and intersections, which will cause more conflicts and reduce the pedestrian bicycle experience. It'll reduce the open space, and it'll give you a plan. I'll give you a plan that the corridor requires, but it'll be something that the neighbors won't like. But if I bring back a plan that meets that corridor plan, you then can't deny it because it's too dense and it has too much traffic. I think the plan before you tonight really does fit in well with the neighborhood. It's viable, and we can start right away. And with that, I ask you for your support, and I'm open for questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Odo, and to everyone who presented. Normally, our process, I'm looking at the clock right now, normally our process would be to open for council questions for you all as well as our staff, but I'm also aware that we have citizens who've sat for 3.5 hours waiting to speak. And so I'm going to suggest we go to citizen comments next, and then we will see what time it is. And if you've asked Mr. Odo, and rightly so, for guidance from this body, but it may be that we'll have to continue this at the end and give you that guidance at a future meeting.
That would be acceptable.
All right, thank you for that. So I'm going to call on the citizens as they signed in, and if you're still on the line, and I will ask if you please, when you state your name, give your address, because all I have is an email address. Lisa Lanui, or Lanu?
Hi, my name's Lisa Lanou, 14116 Fontana Street, Leawood, Kansas, 66224. I'll be really honest, before I got on the call, I was opposed to the plan, but I liked what I heard tonight, and I'd like to hear what the council says, because you know the rules better than I do and some of the impact, but I've kind of changed my mind. So that's really, I'm going to pay close attention, but I thought it was a well thought out plan. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Matthew Winston.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I don't think my video is working or I would turn it on, but I'll read through my comments now. So Matthew Winston, 3289 West 132nd Place, which is my backyard is 133rd Street. I truly thank you for your time and efforts. After experiencing the ongoing discussions and meetings over the past several months related to this project, I have no earthly idea why you choose to do what you do, but I do have a newfound appreciation for each of you. I echo all of your comments from the beginning of the meeting, which took place hours ago, thanking those who are moving on to their next adventure. It certainly takes a unique person to be in your seat of public service, making an effort to work with residents and developers to balance their words with reality. I live with a view out of my living room, kitchen, and bedroom of the development area. If any opinions matter, mine would certainly qualify in the group of the highest consideration. From my literal view, the current plan before you to have a buffer of 2 rows of houses, gated communities, and streets that don't cut through directly into Wilshire Place, which consequently lead into Waterford and Greenbrier, is the best plan to date by far. This plan also provides millions in annual tax revenues. That's a win for the community as a whole. The resistance to this plan is a hardline interpretation of the Leawood Community Plan, a plan created years ago prior to COVID, and a plan that calls for higher density, which is against what the residents of Leawood want. The city has set the stage by continuing to enforce the plan, a stage that has caused confusion to both the residents who want less density and the developers who have now become the enemy. Tonight, during your comments, I'm requesting you to clarify, or if you talk at a later date, to clarify and clear the air of this confusion. Are you for staying for the original intent of the community plan, or will you allow for a variation of it? That's what the residents really need to hear and what the developer really needs to hear. If you don't choose to clarify, you're choosing to continue this tense and harsh divide between the residents of Leawood and the developer, which only sets the stage for more and more confusion as the developer continues the process. This divide has created and will continue to create tension and headaches for you, the governing body of Leawood. The clarity you provide tonight will truly help. I'll start to clarify a major point that has not been understood by many residents to date. The adjustments to the developer's current plan that would make it compliant with the Leawood Community Plan are no houses as a buffer, no gated communities, more streets to cut through from 135th to 133rd Street, retail and commercial nodes within the residential section, increasing the density. I have not talked to a single resident of Leawood who would approve of the first 3 points. To the 4th point about retail nodes in the residential area, those who have asked for more retail and commercial are the same ones asking for less density and less traffic. Please note the contradiction of this view and balance it with reality as you respond tonight. I'd also caution there are some who are just against any development, and that view clearly doesn't benefit the residents of Leawood, and it just isn't a realistic position anymore. Finally, I would like to bring your attention to the unheard group of Leawood residents, those who have chosen to remain silent. If this plan truly was bad, you would have hundreds of concerned residents giving their view in writing and many, many more speaking tonight. Instead, you have a few with contradictory statements who, again, really just want the field to remain a field or have unrealistic views about how the land should be developed. As I stated in my opening comments, you have to listen to the comments of all, but please let reality be your ultimate guide. As someone who lives across the street from this land, I like the single family houses. I like the big house, Villa Milano type apartments. I like the gated and fenced areas. I like the limited exits onto 133rd Street. I like having the retail area by State Line Road. Again, I truly appreciate your public service and countless evenings spent making our city a better place. You have another opportunity tonight to choose to do the right thing and clarify your position to help responsibly grow our community. Please choose clarity. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Winston. Bill Johansson?
Yes. Yeah, my name is Bill Johansson. I'm of 13294 Fairway Street in Wilshire Place, and I'm a board member of the Wilshire Place Homes Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Wilshire Place Homes Association this evening. As you know, our neighborhood is along a great portion of the north side of the proposed development and is presumably the most impacted by it. I'm speaking to relay the concerns of our homeowners from a June and December all neighborhood meetings. There were 2 meetings total. We also conducted a June survey that involved participation of 115 of our 172 homes. In it, 80% of our homeowners voted in opposition. We acknowledge there have been recent changes to the plan, and several of these attempt to allay concerns of Wilshire Place. However, our neighborhood's primary concerns focus on 3 issues: traffic, property values, and community amenities. On traffic, we have concerns about 133rd Street traffic, but we're specifically concerned about the High Drive 132nd Street corridor. This is a cut through from 133rd Street to Mission Road through Wilshire Place and Waterford. It's a road where many of our neighbors live, in a road in which their driveways enter. It's a very busy street during non-pandemic rush hours and regular school days. Even without any additional development, residents on a High Drive 132nd Street need some traffic cessation measures implemented. Regarding property values, it's a follow-up to our first point on traffic. We have some concerns about High Drive and 132nd Street becoming busier and creating a greater market discount to the value in these homes. This in turn hurts nearby's comparable homes, values, and in the subdivision as a whole. So this goes back to the need for traffic cessation on High Drive and 132nd Street. The third item is Wilshire Place homeowners also expressed concerns that the development will add hundreds of residential units into the area without proportionate expansion of parks, trails, and green area buffers. And these are important to the neighborhood. At this time, and based on these concerns, we considered a development in what has been proposed relative to any developer mitigations an issue for our neighborhood. I'll also note for reference, we sent a letter, Wilshire Place Board sent a letter to the mayor, the city commissioners, and the Planning Commission on August 20th of 2020. We have not revised this updated letter or updated this letter, but our primary points have not changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johansson. Chris Nelson?
Hello, my name is Chris Nelson. I am a resident of Wilshire Place subdivision. I live at 13282 High Drive, which is 5 houses from the corner of 133rd Street and High Drive. I feel like it's Groundhog's Day, as this is now the 3rd meeting where this proposal has been heard. It appears the developer has taken the approach that Leawood and its residents don't know what is best for them, and that he should be able to rewrite a community plan to benefit himself at the expense of the surrounding residents. I would like to state that I am adamantly opposed to this development. I feel that the 662 apartments and 54 homes will compound the existing traffic problem on 133rd Street and High Drive. The 3 neighborhoods most directly impacted by this proposed development have come out in strong opposition to the plan. In a poll conducted by the Wilshire Place Homeowners Association, over 80% of respondents opposed the Cameron's Court development. After the last Planning Commission on November 24th, Mr. Odo reached out to a hand-selected group of Wilshire Place residents to discuss our concerns. When he was unable to persuade the residents to support his current plan, he threatened the surrounding neighborhoods with a plan that includes 1,060 apartments and no single-family homes. I asked the city of Leawood and Bob Bernier, is this a developer with which you wish to be associated with? What is preventing him from attempting to pursue litigation against you when your interests do not align? I do not see any benefit to the surrounding residents from this development. To date, no details regarding restaurants or shopping have been provided. Also, the traffic problem has not been addressed. It appears the majority will dump onto 133rd Street and High Drive, both of which are already overburdened with the existing neighborhood traffic during normal times, i.e. not during a global pandemic. We now plan to add over 1,000 residents with no plan to alleviate the traffic burden. Over the past 3 months, we have been subjected to a death by 1,000 cuts as the developer makes minor, immaterial changes to the development, but does not address the concerns of the Planning Commission staff and residents. I also would like to point out the timing of the meetings, which have included the first day of school, the week of Thanksgiving, and now the week of Christmas, when people must choose between attending a Planning Commission meeting or meeting their family obligations. I would think that the timing of these meetings has negatively impacted the residents' representation in this matter. This whole process is taking place during a global pandemic, the likes of which the country has never seen. The developer's sole focus is pushing his plan through Leawood City Council and is attempting to wear us down with his persistence. I would also like to address the assertion by the developer that these are luxury apartment homes. I do not agree with this claim. The flat roofs and multicolored facades do not fit with the surrounding neighborhoods. I see the design as average at best. I was dismayed to see on one of the more recent renderings a long row of overhead garage doors to serve as attached parking for the apartment residents. This reminded me of an episode of Storage Wars and does not fit the aesthetic of Leawood. 15 years ago, I moved here from Prairie Village to raise my family. At that time, Prairie Village was experiencing teardowns of existing homes and the building of larger houses that did not fit with the surrounding neighborhood, with little oversight. I felt that Leawood would provide an environment with better city planning and building codes to provide a better lifestyle to protect our home values. Despite the developer criticizing Park Place as not working, I like the quality of life components it provides. I also see Mission Farms and Meadowbrook as the gold standard of mixed-use development. In contrast, Cameron's Court's proposal is merely an overly dense apartment complex in the guise of a mixed-use development. I do not see any reason for the city to amend the community plan for the benefit of one developer. I feel we as a community should strive for something more innovative and benefiting the entire community, rather than a densely arranged apartment complex with no mixed-use components. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Ryan Brunton?
Yes, good evening. My name is Ryan Brunton, and I reside at 3144 West 132nd Terrace, Leawood, Kansas, 66209. I'm a member of the Wilshire Place subdivision, which is the subdivision immediately north of the apartment complex component of the proposed development. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you this evening. I recognize there are other Leawood residents who would appreciate the same opportunity, so I will keep my comments very brief. Quite simply, it is my belief the Cameron's Court plan is incompatible with the surrounding areas and neighborhoods. Further, it is inconsistent with the 135th Street Community Plan as determined by planning staff and planning commission on 2 separate occasions. This multifamily development will cause a significant increase in traffic on 133rd Street and roads leading into the Wilshire Place neighborhood, including High Drive and Canterbury. This causes safety concerns for pedestrians, including young children and park goers in our area. I am also very concerned that the potential for more than 1,000 additional residents will cause overcrowding issues for our amenities and green spaces that are inconsistent with the city's long-term vision for this area. The Cameron's Court development plan has several issues and concerns that have been voiced multiple times by the surrounding neighborhoods. Neighborhood leadership groups and concerned citizens repeatedly asked Mr. Odo to consider extending the RP2 single-family homes so it provides a buffer for the Wilshire Place neighbors living near High Drive. These same groups have asked Mr. Odo to consider a lower density multifamily development, particularly in the eastern apartment complex that exits onto 133rd Street. To date, the developer has refused to address any of those concerns, simply dismissing them as not viable. And in fact, the revised version of the plan in front of you today removed an important access point for the multifamily buildings to 135th Street, which will result in more traffic on 133rd Street and in a manner that is detrimental to the surrounding neighborhoods. Instead of working with the citizens of Leawood to make the plan better, the developer's adjustments made the plan worse. You've undoubtedly heard from the individual residents and leadership of the surrounding neighborhoods regarding this proposed plan, and I trust it is clear that there is widespread opposition to it. The developer's legal counsel indicated this plan is desired by the surrounding neighborhoods, and that is most certainly not the case. There have been also been those speaking tonight that indicate a lack of opposition speakers tonight indicates support or at least ambivalence towards this plan. As you all know better than we do, this process is challenging and time consuming. And yet here we are at 10:45 on a Monday evening during the week of Christmas expressing our concerns. We feel very strongly that any new development should add to the property values of existing homes and enhance our overall community. While there are some good elements to this project, this is a plan that places 650 units of multifamily housing on a doorstep and not something we can support or be comfortable with. While I recognize the developer and its consultants may believe this to be the case, this project is not the highest and best use of this land. In essence, it is a 650 unit multifamily development. The developer does not have ownership rights or site control with respect to the proposed commercial development portion of this horizontal MXD plan. And in previous settings, the developer has admitted that the commercial portion of this project is a phase that would not be developed for a number of years in a best case scenario. This evening, the governing body has mentioned the limited undeveloped land remaining in Leawood. I do not believe Cameron's Court, which is essentially a 2-apartment complex development, is truly the type of project envisioned by our city and its residents for one of the last undeveloped pieces of land in the 135th Street corridor. The citizens of Leawood, particularly those residing in the surrounding neighborhoods, deserve better. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the governing board to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation to reject this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brunton. Julie Kincaid.
Hi, I'm here. How are you? Could I share my screen?
I think you can, but I'm not
Okay,
the
let me-
expert here on sharing screens.
I'm Julie Kincaid. I live at 13204 Overbrook Road. I'm president of the Enclave at Cedar Point HOA. And let me pull up my screen. Can you see that?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So our neighborhood is located right here at Overbrook, just like right up in this area. And this is the commercial side of that development. And that's mostly what I want to speak to. One thing I want to say is that we are not opposed to, nor do we object to the preliminary site plan for Cameron's Court. We're reasonable in understanding that the area will be developed, and we also understand the importance of working with the city and the developer to uphold our livability and our property values, and that's mostly what we're concerned about. Over the last 6 months, a committee representing our HOA has participated in the Interact meetings, the Planning Commission hearings, and many discussions with city staff, Odo Development, Johnson County Management, on behalf of Mr. Rainier, and our community of neighbors, including Cornerstone Church. Of the 2/3 of our membership that participated in the review of our September 25th statement submitted to the City Council, 100% supported our stated position. So the following are the critical highlights, and I'll just go through it very quickly. Number one, our paramount concern is the preservation of the existing tree line east of Kenneth Road along 133rd. So that's this area right along here. This is an existing shelter belt, if you will, that's full of very mature trees. The current preliminary plan does have a tree preservation outlined there. Also, the plan adds green space to the east of that area, completely buffering our residential view or use of 133rd from all of this commercial development. Number two, we are 100% opposed to the 135th Street plan calling for a cut through from Kenneth Road from 135th to 133rd. Again, all of these trees that I'm showing you here on this screen, these are all existing trees. It's a very wooded, heavily wooded area. There's a lot of natural habitat. There's the enjoyment that makes that existing tree, the tree line, it brings the residential appeal to the area. So we're opposed to the city's 135th Street plan of Kenneth Road cutting through there. Additionally, the preliminary plan, by bypassing that cut through and directing traffic in this U shape through the commercial development, that obviously diffuses traffic, and it creates an opportunity that the developer seized on for a Tomahawk Creek-like walk and bike path through the existing wooded area. And I think they showed some displays earlier that show that kind of bike path going through here. Now that would create quite a respite from the new development, for the enjoyment of neighbors, and would also go a long way in addressing the concerns of limited park space with the increase in residents. So we'd like to see this area further developed for the recreational enjoyment of our community. Number three, we are opposed to any cut through to Overbrook Road. Again, the 135th Street plan calls for more like a grid-like cut throughs from 135th to 133rd. One of the original plans showed a cut through going into our neighborhood, which is a dead end. We just have a few cul-de-sacs back here. So we are opposed to any cut through to Overbrook. In addition to all the additional cut throughs, I think there were 3 or 4 from State Line onto Kenneth, and then another, I don't know, half a dozen or so west of Kenneth. We do ask that the city and the developer work together to implement the necessary infrastructure to eliminate any additional risk to pedestrians and cyclists from the increase in traffic. That would include crosswalks and preservation of existing and creation of new bicycle lanes. At number 4, our neighbors share some worry that the eventual build out of the commercial end of the development may not be cohesive with the residential build out to the west, and that it will be a loss of a sense of community. The preliminary plan rightly places the high density, high traffic commercial buildings along 135th and State Line down this on the south side. That leaves only one single story, low density commercial building tucked behind the tree preservation. This design appeals to us. We want to make sure that the city, developer, and landowner are very clear that we will strongly oppose any deviation and desire, and that we also desire to be engaged in any change to this commercial side. While it makes sense that the commercial side of the development is concentrated along 135th and State Line and not mixed into the residential side in a mixed use way, we would like to see the city require that the commercial build out is conducive to the higher end neighborhood friendly community, and not a mere image of what's going on over here with the big box stores on the Kansas City, Missouri side. The last thing I'll say is that we would oppose a plan without the 54 single family homes. While we did not directly address this in our previous statements, the single family home component of the preliminary plan is a must. The proposed maintenance provided owner occupied homes in the 750,000 range that are to be placed along 133rd, that will maintain or increase our property values, and again, help to retain our residential aesthetic and quality of life. As stakeholders in this development, we want to thank the mayor and the council for the opportunity to continue to collaborate with the city and the developer on this effort. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kincaid. Before we go to Chad Summers, I think I'm going to need a motion to extend the meeting, and we can extend it for 30 minutes. That doesn't mean we need to use all that 30 minutes. So I would entertain a motion.
Mayor Dunn? I guess I should raise my hand. shouldn't I?
Oh, Mr. Asseltine, are you making the motion?
Yes, I would make the motion to extend for a half an hour, but I would also recommend that we just go ahead and knock off after the public commentary is finished and then do a continuance.
All right, thank you. A motion to extend for 30 minutes.
Second.
A second for Mr. Sipple. Discussion, Ms. Harrison?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I appreciate hearing from our residents. It's such an important part of this process, but it seems to me that many of these residents are actually reading their statements that they have emailed to us over the last couple of weeks. And while I appreciate the value in their being on the record, their statements are here and they are a matter of public record. If there is any way that you can offer us some new insights, residents, dare we ask? Oh, there's
You
only
heard
two more?
one that changed their mind tonight.
Yeah,
Pardon?
You heard one person change their mind this evening.
the first one.
Yes, but,
So that was totally different.
oh, I might have missed that. I was in the washroom.
Okay.
I might have missed that, but I feel like Groundhog Day because I'm reading the comments that have been emailed to me.
Yes.
So I'm just hoping we might encourage our residents to stick to that 5 minutes and maybe offer us some new thoughts. Thank you.
Right, thank you. There's no further discussion on the motion to extend. That's just.
I just want to respond to James. The first meeting in January is being held clean in case this is carried over, so it would be the only planning item on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
you.
Roll call,
Thank you.
please.
Mr. Asseltine?
Aye.
Mrs. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Osmond?
Aye.
Mr. Rawlings?
Aye.
Mr. Sipple?
Aye.
Mrs. Larson?
Aye.
Mrs. Harrison?
Aye.
Mrs. Phila?
Aye, with the caveat that I agree with James, it's public comments and let's go home. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chad Summers?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you give your address, please?
Certainly. My name is Chad Summers. I live at 2608 West 131st Street in the Greenbrier of Leawood, and I've lived here for 12 years. Madam Mayor, council members, and city staff, I'd like to thank you for your service to the city and to its residents. I'd like to thank you also for the opportunity to address the body this evening. I'd like to deviate a little bit from what I had planned to talk about, just to recognize a few things that have come up this evening. Number one, I wholeheartedly echo the comments from both Mr. Brunton and Mr. Nelson. And I appreciate that Mr. Nelson took the time to talk about some concerning tactics in the developer's demeanor as we've gone through this process. I'd also like to point out for the record that at least one of the advocates supporting the developer's cause this evening did not disclose that he's actually family members with the developer. And while he's entitled to an opinion and an opportunity to speak, I think that we can all take his advocacy with a grain of salt because there's clearly a conflict of interest there. Surprisingly enough, and maybe surprising to the folks on this Zoom meeting, I believe that Mr. Rainier, the current landowner, actually has a fair complaint when it comes to the difficulty that he has encountered trying to sell and develop this land. I'm not sure that I would use the word hardship because my understanding is that Mr. Rainier is very successful. So while it may be difficult on this piece of land, I don't have the impression that he's struggling by any means. But my empathy for his struggle to sell and develop this land cannot overcome the broad concerns that I have about the project, Cameron's Court, as it's been proposed. I would like to refer you to some written comments that were previously submitted to this body, as well as to the Planning Commission back in August of this year, covering a half a dozen areas of community-wide concern. Many of these concerns have been echoed and really endorsed by the City of Leawood Planning Commission by way of their recommendation of denial for this application to this body. Having been defeated unanimously twice now, there are a host of technical reasons why you should deny this application, including the severe impact that nearly 27,000 trip ends per day on the 4 surrounding roads would have, as well as this plan's failure to meet the definition of mixed use. Technical reasoning is not what I want to talk to you about tonight. While this is the first time that I'm talking to you, this proposal has been a frequent topic of conversation amongst my friends and neighbors. Like most of the folks that I've talked to, I am not at all anti-development advocate. Quite to the contrary, I am simply an advocate that something really worthwhile that provides value for the current homeowners and residents, and something that will provide value for the future home buyers be developed on this land. I do not believe that the city or the neighborhoods should simply settle for what's on the table because something else could be worse. I believe that we truly have something special in Leawood, and I'd like to see it continue that way well into the future. While neighboring cities develop similar tracts of land with really desirable and well-received projects like Meadowbrook Park, it should cause our Leawood residents to pause for a minute and ask, why can't we have something like that? Time and again, I've chatted with neighbors, even this evening, who wonder that exact question. And I wonder if you all on the governing body ask yourselves that same question too. If something as desirable as Meadowbrook Park were proposed for this tract of ground, would the community's tune change from a chorus of opposition to a chorus of support? The other question that's come up frequently is, should the city commission a new study revisiting the plans for Leawood's future development to determine if in a post-pandemic world, it's in the city's best interest to dedicate this land to MXD? And I think Mr. Rainier's own comments this evening about the study that he commissioned and his own concerns about all the governing ordinance around the Leawood development might beg this question too. Should we be revisiting and commissioning a new study to see if what we thought was a great idea 10 years ago is still a great idea today? Both questions are valid and something to consider as you decide how you will cast your vote this evening. I respectfully request that you do not allow yourselves to fall into the trap of voting in favor of a proposal on the table simply because nothing better has been pitched yet. The magnitude of this project is too great and the repercussions of it too long to settle for something that doesn't help the city continue on its journey of distinctiveness. Closing, I think that for most in the area, aside from the technical deficiencies, the issue really boils down to this. Not only does the Cameron's Court proposal create the potential for blight with unoccupied and likely unnecessary retail and office space, but it also will add the equivalent of about 5% of Leawood's total current population onto a piece of ground that represents 0.5% of the city's turf. For a project that lacks distinctiveness and walkable, attractive entertainment options for the surrounding neighborhoods, that is just too dense and overburdens the 4 surrounding roads, which already struggle during the different high-volume hours of the day. Let me be clear. This land should be developed, but it should be developed responsibly without harming the interests and the quality of life the neighbors currently enjoy. Let's seize this opportunity to lift up the community rather than drag it down. Thank you very much for considering my thoughts on this matter, and thanks again for your service to the city. I respectfully request that you vote to deny this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Summers. I believe Dan Goldberg is not on the Zoom this evening. And if that is the case, that is the conclusion of the list I have. Is that, correct? As far as you know it, Ms. Bennett?
Those are all the names we received.
Oh, those are all the names.
Those
So
are all
there's
the
nobody
names.
like in a waiting room or something?
No one is in a waiting room. There are many people online, but we did ask that they email the city clerk by 3
All
o'clock
right.
today
Okay.
so that we would know
Right.
who would sign in to
Okay,
speak.
very good. Thank you. All right, so this concludes our citizens who not only signed in to speak, but also stayed late to speak. So I do want to really thank the residents, and certainly Ms. Harrison is correct. We do read every email and letter that we get, so we have it, some of it double now, and we do appreciate your participation. Mr. Odo, you indicated earlier that you would not object to a continuance, and the suggestion has been January 4th. That is a very light agenda for us, and I'm asking if you are available, and if that is a good date for you. We also have a meeting on January 19th, but I have no idea what that agenda looks like as far as content.
Now, I would thank you, Madam Mayor, I really appreciate that. The 4th is, nothing is more important than this. So, we'll do it on the 4th. That's okay with you all.
All right. You're not getting the guidance that you requested, but perhaps this will give us time over the holidays to review even further the plans.
Yeah, or have questions, because there's a lot of stuff that came up tonight that isn't exactly true, but we can deal with all those and respond at the next meeting, I guess.
All right, very good. And of course, we haven't heard from our staff either, so we'll do that on the 4th. Ms. Villa?
I was just wondering whether we could get a copy of the referenced study that Mr. Renier did, if that would be possible to share with us. And two,
It's in your packet, I think.
I was, pardon?
It was
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to
If you
bring
need
that
another
up.
copy, I'd be
James
happy
is
to.
showing it.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to bring up that last item on my computer. The other thing is, I was wondering whether anyone had contacted the church as to whether they wanted to be or would be collaborative in this process.
I know that we've heard from their.
No, I'm asking if the developer reached out to the church.
Mr. Odo, did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. Reached out to them many times, talked to them. Yes, they're very much in favor of this plan. They want to see homes built in here, homes, they want as much residential as possible because it brings more possible for the parishioners for them. And they also love the idea of keeping the green space on both sides. They want to protect that. When I talked to the head person, that was their number one concern, to be able to keep that, and we met that. I think you even got a letter from him in support of our plan, or I could be wrong.
No, I think we did. I think we did.
Okay. Yeah, I've reached out and we've talked several times, and he's very much in favor of this plan. Obviously, you can't trust what I say, but I'm pretty sure he had a letter there. Thank you.
Mr. Sipple?
Mr. Roto, could you forward to the members of the council the presentation that you made, the pictures, the slides that you made this evening?
Be happy to. I'll tell you what, to keep it in condensed format instead of being in a slideshow like I sent you, like we were doing
PDF,
tonight.
yeah.
I'm gonna send it as a PDF so I can email it, and that way it'll be under 8 megs, and I'd be happy to share that with anybody.
Thank you.
Who would you like to send it to, Doug? The staff or? Send it to the staff.
I'll send it to Ricky tomorrow, and he can give it out to everybody, if that's okay?
Yes, that'd be good. All right, not seeing any other hands here, I would entertain a motion to continue this item to January 4th, 2021, and that is a 7 p.m. start. We have no work session prior to that meeting, so it's 7
So
p.m.
moved.
Motion from Ms. Villa.
Second.
Second from Ms. Harrison. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Harrison?
Aye.
Mr. Sipple?
Aye.
Mrs. Larson?
Aye.
Mrs. Phila?
Aye.
Mr. Rawlings?
Aye.
Mr. Osmond?
Aye. Aye.
Mrs. Kane,
Aye.
Mr. Esseltine.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's approved unanimously, and thank you to all of you on the developments team and the citizens. We have no old business, we have no new business. So once again, happy holidays. We are adjourned.